Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Although, let me get the screen up here real quick. Apparently, it doesn't really want to be showing. Uh, yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get ahead and get started on all of this. Okay, so welcome back to another. Well, it's a little bit late for a 1 p.m. PST YouTube stream, but you know, as it's close. But I'm your host, Strange Pro Jim. Um, Today, we're going to be getting back into our Pega certification. We got one last task to go with. Then maybe tomorrow I will go through that one last challenge again, see if like maybe they opened it up a little bit so that I can actually finish it properly. But I kind of doubt it. Again, I haven't received any uh, recent emails concerning uh, anything new, so they are probably like full swing trying to get everything in 23 ready. So it's probably not helping me out with 8.7 is probably not uh, on their list of things to do. Which I mean, in some ways, I can't really blame them. They're probably trying to tackle everything that is coming in concerning their 23. So, um, their 23 version. Um, so we'll see about that. We got some videos, or we'll probably have like a little bit of a discussion after that. Um, and then or just chatting. I don't think I have any videos to be released right at this moment in time, which is kind of bad of me because I think I have some videos that need to be uploaded and processed. Whatever. I'll deal with that when the time comes. And then later on today we got some more Warframe, which I will see about trying to test whether or not creator mode can actually block a copyrighted song from them or not. I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Um, we'll find out when the time comes. So let's obviously get into the uh, Pega content here. Especially for those of you that are trying to get, trying to work on your Pega certification yourself. Um, So who am I? What am I doing with these videos? What you should kind of expect from the videos, so on and so forth. So I'm currently an unemployed software developer whose last job was working with a Pega environment. My intention is to, you know, I finally pushed myself all the way through the Pega Academy mission for the system architect, and we're getting close to just trying to do some additional studies to try to remember everything so that when I do sign up for the certification test, then I will be able to pass it with, you know, with what they need and be able to put that on my resume so that I can start applying for Pega jobs that are looking specifically for people with that certification. Um, I haven't really looked into um, jobs in the Pega environment because I fear that most of them are probably looking for certifications. They're not going to be looking to pay a person to study it and get pay for the certification themselves. That's hardly a thing nowadays, or at least um, it's been my experience that mentorship has pretty much gone out the window. Um, uh, which has been quite unfortunate. I hope that that changes. I hope that reverts back to the way it was, where people would actually train new hires in the ways of the business, and you know, and pay them well enough that they actually want to stay with the company. But nowadays, companies seem to look at the people within the company as mere products or cogs in their machine, and they consider the cogs replaceable, and that's a really ugly way of looking at business. Um, because when you think about it, when you have people thinking that they are cogs in a wheel, that they don't really matter all that much, then they're not really going to put in a whole lot of effort, right? They're not really going to care about the business. They're not going to give a damn about it. They're going to want to come in, do the work, get a paycheck, go home and do what they really want to do. Okay, that's what's been kind of going on nowadays. Um, there's no sense of loyalty anymore when you have a company that is sending jobs overseas, or doing layoffs when they themselves are raking in billions. So um, you know, loyalty has definitely gone downhill. Um, and believe me, I know, I've been there. Um, I'm one of those individuals. I want to work, but I mean, if I don't get any kind of loyalty from the place that I work at, then how can I give loyalty back? You know. Um, Now, I'm hoping that I can find some place that wants to treat me decently. But I haven't found it yet. Um, who knows? Maybe I never will. That's the unfortunate thing about this. Sometimes your best job might not necessarily be one that you will ever find. Maybe it's in a different state. Maybe it's in a different nation. Who knows? Um, one shouldn't. Uh, you know, it's um, so if you don't, in my opinion, if the company doesn't feel like treating you like a human being, you know, then it might not be the best place to be. You know, if they're like, hey, that bonus that we were talking about giving you guys? Well, here's a pizza party instead. Maybe that's not exactly the best place to be at. You know, if it's like, hey, those bonuses, well, yeah, those are going to our shareholders. Yeah, it's a bit rough. Whatever. Um, well, my goal is system architect, right? Um, so I have just one more test to do. I have another challenge that has some difficulty in getting it completed. And then technically my Pega Academy process would be technically done. So, I mean, I could probably try to go for the certification like tomorrow, but at the same time, I don't feel ready for it myself, right? Um, Now, obviously, the challenges, they don't really matter for the certification. Okay, you don't have to worry about the challenges for the certification. It doesn't matter. Okay, you will need to know those challenges when the time comes when you actually get a job, though. Okay, they're going to expect you to know how to go about doing those kind of steps in order to get the job done, right? Um, but um, here's the thing. You just need to know the topics, the modules, and module quizzes. You can't memorize them though. Okay, just bear that in mind. You cannot memorize those quizzes, those module quizzes. You can't memorize those. Okay, because those questions are not going to be on the certification test, or at least not in that exact fashion. Okay, they're going to be changing it up on you. Okay, they're going to be changing it around. They're going to be adding questions in there that are potentially trick questions. So, and there's some questions in there that I wonder, did they even study, or did they even, you know, um, confirm that this is actually correct in some cases? I don't know. It it feels it sometimes feels like, the questions that I see aren't even using the topics at all. I see answers in the topics that are completely contradicting what they put in the questions and the answers and stuff like that. So I don't know. It it's weird. Um, and you're going to be fighting against that in the certification test, by the way. You know. So, but um, you know, my last job, we got an authorized training partner. He wasn't really doing a great job for me and like 20 others that were put under his particular care when he was trying to teach us Pega Academy. Pretty much all of us, if not, and if not all of us, went self-study. We were not happy with his teaching style. Um, we let, you know, other managers know about it. Um, we saw, test givers that were, saying, hey, here's some questions that you need to answer. They saw it themselves that he was messing up. Some of us asked to be put back into another training cycle with a different authorized training partner to learn Pega, but that was rejected. So the one and only time that I did take the certification, I was not prepared for it, or not fully prepared for it. I had only gotten through like probably half of the my self-study in Pega before they forced it upon me. I failed it. I knew that I was going to fail it. I told them that I was going to fail it, but they said either take it now or we're going to lay you off. So I took it. I failed it. And I'm like, okay, put me back into a training cycle. No, it's like, okay, well, what are you gonna do? Um, so my fault is the fact that I didn't continue the self-study afterwards. Okay, that was my failure. Okay, I did kind of wish that I had some mentorship when I got pushed into a contract afterwards, to help me get the certification afterwards, but that didn't really happen either. So, but when it comes right down to it, the buck falls on me for not putting in my own time, you know, to you know, try to get that certification. Okay. Um, but I'm not an authorized training partner. This is not meant for an instructor-led training, so just bear that in mind. Um, I'm working towards the certification much like anybody else that's starting out in Pega. So just please bear that in mind. Okay. I will try to answer any kind of questions that you may have about the Pega environment. Any kind of programming questions you have about it, any kind of business and analyst work, or questions about that. But obviously, my main focus is trying to get the system architect certification. So that's where I want to, that's the certification that I want to get out of this job, or out of this study session. Um, that's what I want to get so that I can put it on my resume, so that I can get a job, or at least apply for other jobs, that actually requires those certifications. Okay. Now, again, if you are coming into these streams, into these videos, and you are interested in the business architect, sorry to say, I'm pretty much, I'm nearly done with the system architect. I've been done with the business architect portion of the Pega certification for a while now. I would recommend that you go back to my playlist. Excuse me. Go back to my playlist. The two missions and two modules for 8.7 are all there. Okay. Every single last topic, every single last challenge, they're all there in order, you know, starting from the very first topic in the first mission all the way to these last two modules that cover the Pega Express delivery. Okay, so if you're interested in getting the business architect certification, go through the playlist and try to and go through everything there, and and just kind of follow along. Now, obviously, you'll probably want to go with the 23, which is totally understandable. But just bear in mind that some things change over time, but there might be people that you are going to be talking with that have a Pega certification of 8.7 that you're going to need to speak with. So you're going to need to know, what their knowledge level versus what you have too. So just bear in mind that it's not bad learning from previous Pega certifications, okay, or previous Pega levels, because um, when I took the certification for 8.6, I was seeing Pega 7 questions in the certification test itself. Okay, there were keywords in the 8.6 certification that had keywords from Pega 7, and I'm like, I've never seen these keywords before. What are they? Okay, and unfortunately, our particular authorized training partner never mentioned that to us. So that's just another reason why I was having a hard time with the authorized training partner. These two modules, they are supposed to cover, the Pega Express delivery, but I don't feel like that covers enough. So if you want the business architect certification, then you'll probably want to go over the Pega Express delivery mission yourself, study through it, learn as much as you can, because this is 12% of your certification test. Okay, they're going to be asking 12%, the questions, you know, concerning the Pega Express. And I don't feel like these two modules covers enough of it. So do yourself a favor, go through the Pega Express delivery, learn as much as you can about it. Okay. Now, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of additional information here. Okay. If you're like maybe coming into this for the very first time, like seeing this video for some reason, just out of the blue. Um, the system architect is typically designed for people that actually have a computer science background, people that do programming for a background, Java, C, um, SQL, whatever. This is typically aligned with those type of individuals with that kind of mental, logistical, um, and, logistical minds. Okay. The business architect is kind of more designed for people that can um, they're kind of like the uh, individuals between the programmers and the salesman, or business, you know, uh, marketing, or whatnot. Okay, basically they find out what the people in sales, the CSRs, whatever, whatever business that you're a part of. They basically talk with those individuals. Maybe it's like finance department, whatever. Okay, they find out what is needed from them, and then they try to build something initially, like a flowchart or something along those lines. They're basically saying, okay, let's kind of put it into some form of what we may look, what we may want to do with it. Okay, and then we hand it on over to the programmers to make sure that it works the way it needs to, the intention of it. Okay, so basically the business architect is the middleman between the programmers and those that are in like marketing and whatnot. Okay, they talk with the marketers, they get the information from those particular departments, figure out what is needed. They then convert it into something that programmers can then use on the system architect side of things. Okay, and the programmers kind of continue working on what's necessary, helping like work on the databases, working on the variables, working on, just code itself. So, um, so if maybe, um, like this is a good position. Like if you can, in a sense, you might not, if you're not like um, completely knowledgeable about programming, for example, like you're struggling with programming, you don't know exactly what's going on with it. Um, but you also kind of struggle with like marketing or something like that. Like you might not be the best in terms of marketing. You might kind of struggle at that like fully, like you're not like the best or something along those lines. But here's the thing, if you can explain both sides, like if you can explain to a programmer like what the market and what marketing wants, and then you can explain to the marketers what the programmers need, then business architect might be a really good position for you if you're so inclined. So consider that if you want to, you know. Um, if you're looking for something that, you know, um, you might be interested in, you know, getting a job with, and you can handle communication in that sense, um, then business architect might be um, the next, it might be a good place for you to start, just saying. Okay, so, um, system architect. Oh, the reason why I don't really want to do business architect is that I really don't feel like I could do any kind of like, I'm very introverted. I don't feel like I could like get up in front of a crowd and talk with like, people that are extroverted like all the time. I don't feel like I can even discuss things with, people that are extroverted a lot. um, and, while I might not be like the best programmer out there, okay, um, it's still something that I enjoy doing. So that's why the system architect appeals to me. Okay, so that's just a little bit of, an idea as to a little bit more as to what what I am. So, okay, so we got the system architect mission test here. We got 60 questions, an hour and 30 minutes, passing score of 80%. Okay. There's also the challenge that I still haven't finished because um, the instance isn't allowing any kind of uploads into the challenge at all. I sent them an email concerning it. I haven't received any information back about it, so I don't know where that's gonna, where that's gonna go. If they're even doing anything with it, I don't know. Um, but it's not taking the file that I changed for the Spanish, um, and I officially can't finish the challenge unless I see the translation in action on this challenge, which obviously is not happening. So, um, so after I get done with the mission test down below, then I will try to do the challenge once again. That's probably going to happen tomorrow or the next day. I don't know exactly when, but we'll try to do this one last time. If it still doesn't go through, then I'm just going to mark it as complete and move on. Now, ideally, you know, they should state that, they instead of this whole mark as complete, they should have that testing parameters that they did, in the other two missions. For some reason, the system architect, like the low code app builder and low code app builder extended, their challenges were fantastic because when you tested, when you ran a test at the very end, it would actually go through an actual test. It would go through a test suite to make sure that what you did matches with what they're expecting. And if everything matches up, then it says you did a good job, congratulations, we approve, right? You don't get that in the system architect. Since the very first challenge here, they basically say, "Hey, is it good? Are you sure about it? Okay, well, you can mark it complete. We don't really care." And it's like, it's like, come on, guys. What happened to to your test suites that you had, for the mission, for the past two missions here? But oh, you know, not much I can do about that. Um, so if if I can't get the localizing the UI form to work properly, then I'll just mark it as complete, and we will have our you know token granted to us and stuff like that. Um, so here's the thing about the mission test. Okay. The mission test is pretty much the same as the module quiz. Okay. They will give you a question. They will provide you some answers for you to select. And then what they do is they give you a feedback button. Okay. And they say, hey, you can get feedback right then and there as to whether or not the question is, what you answered is correct. You're not going to get that on the certification. Okay. Um, so therefore, there is the potential that you are going to run the test and um, you're probably gonna collect some wrong answers here and there, but the feedback might prevent you from, you know, failing those questions outright, right? Um, well, that's a problem for the certification because you don't get that feedback in the certification. Okay, you're gonna need to know those questions when you get to the certification itself. Okay, so you're gonna need to know, you know, what they're asking for, and how to go about answering it. Because if you don't answer it correctly, you're going to get that question wrong. And too many questions wrong will obviously put you below the 65% necessary to pass the certification. So, just bear that in mind. So, the other rough side of this is the fact that the system architect mission test will go through everything. Okay. Now, it will go through everything that we've covered so far here in the, system architect mission, but it will also cover the low-code app builder and the low-code app builder extended, because technically these are also a part of the full-on mission as well. Okay, so you are probably going to be seeing questions from the low-code app builder and low-code app builder extended in the final mission test for the system architect. Okay. Um, so, and last but not least, okay, they reuse questions in the system architect mission test. Okay. They reuse the questions from all the modules that you've covered, all the module quizzes that you've covered. They reuse questions. Okay, so you're going to be seeing repeating questions in the mission test. They just, you know, I don't know why they do it, but again, at the same time, uh, as a programmer, I can also kind of understand it as well. They want to try to make things as easy for them as they possibly can, right? They don't necessarily want to be, making up new questions, right? Why make up new questions when we can just reuse the old ones? Well, that's not the point. The point is trying to make sure that the person taking the test knows the material, you know, not memorizing the question. Memorizing the question does nothing for the test taker. Okay, because when you get to the certification, those questions are completely different than what you'll be seeing in the mission test. Okay, there won't be any repeat questions in the certification. Just bear that in mind. Okay, so be aware. You are going to be, um, you know, uh, the mission test and the certification test will not match. Okay, in terms of questions and answers. Okay, that's why I stress the fact that you need to know the material, not the questions, or not the, you don't want to memorize the questions and the answers. You want to memorize the material, the topics, everything that kind of comes in those, because obviously you're going to be needing to take that, into the workforce. So enough talking. I've talked quite a bit. Let's go ahead and get into the mission test, shall we? Hour and 30 minutes. That'll put me around 3:40. So if I don't get it done by around 3:40, then well, I'll fail. They don't give you a timer, by the way. They don't provide a timer for the 1 hour and 30 minutes for this. So I have to pass with a score of 80%. So so we'll see what happens. Let's get started. Business analyst uses blank to design a process for seat booking as part of the airline reservations case type. A blank then extends the scope of the flow rule to use across the entire travel application in blank. The blank can now reuse the process in blank to make bus or train ticket seat reservations. Okay. Okay, so apparently we have two app studios here. So So everything is used once, but a business analyst uses App Studio to design a process. A blank then extends the scope of the flow rule to use across the entire travel application, and blank, probably a system architect. Business analyst can now reuse the process in App Studio. I believe that's correct. Yeah. Which two features does the assertion marker provide for test scenarios? They never talked about the assertion marker. And that's the unfortunate part about this now, is the fact that they never talked about it. So, but we've seen this before. I just need to remember exactly what the two answers were on it. This is a repeat question, so provide logic to skip the step when appropriate, and um, um, add wait time following an action in UI element. No, I don't think it was skipping a step. I think it was create a validation rule. Yeah. They still haven't answered me on that one either. The record for blank allows for the authentication of a user. The blank references one or more. Um, blank grant access to specific functionalities within an application. Each identifies one or more blank. Blank are associated with a set of permissions. Oh boy. Okay. This question was asked before as well. Record for the blank allows for the authentication of a user. The blank references one or more. Access roles. Access roles. Let's see. I think I'm messing up on this one already. I don't think this is correct. Yeah, I'm messing up here. Okay. Scripts grant access to specific functionalities within an application, and each one identifies one or more. It's either access roles or operator IDs. Kind of leaning more towards access roles on that one. Operator ID. operator record, and then access groups. Yeah, I think that might be right. Okay, moving on. Okay, user navigates the list by using the keyboard instead of a mouse. Assistive device guides the user to a search field. A screen reader describes the field to a user. We had a problem with this one before. Helper text. Maybe enter event and landmark rule. Okay. Which two scenarios would you set default property values? Okay. Customer receives a suggested product based on recent product search history. Developer uses practice customer data to run developer tests. Assignment is automatically assigned to a default work queue for the consulting team. Arrival day and departure day for hotel reservation is equal to today and tomorrow, respectively. Those seem like default property values to me. You don't, this doesn't work. I don't think that one works, so okay, apparently not the third one. Okay. Okay, I would have gotten that question wrong. I mean, it's already I'm struggling on this because I'm getting a couple questions wrong, and that's not helpful, obviously. If I'm trying to get for 65% and I'm already missed what, two questions initially, that's not good. That's not good based off of the averages here. Cosmos switcher following contains the most critical information about a case. Uh, is it in the summary panel? Yeah. What is the default responsive behavior for tables? Was column for a table is displayed on mobile phones. Tables with more than 4 columns are not displayed on smaller devices. Rightmost column is automatically designated as the default column. Leftmost column is automatically designed the primary column. I believe that one's the case. Yeah. Okay. The U Plus banking application uses a decision table to recommend the account based on customer responses in the account selection form. What account type would the application recommend for a 19-year-old high school graduate who plans to accrue savings and have a large daily balance? Okay, so first off, they're not under the age, and they're not under, 19 years. Ooh, but the problem with this is that it doesn't say like are they looking for 19 include and being included or not? That's my problem with this kind of description here. Is 19 included or no? So they're not a senior, so So that's not true. So they're not a student anymore. Um, so it looks to be like we want a savings plus in this particular case. Okay, because they want to accrue savings. You know, they're not a senior. Um, they're not a student. You know, but at the same time, they are 19 years. But the fact that they talk about the large daily balance kind of leads me to believe this one. Like, this one is, you know, 19 being not within that scope. Like, it has to be like 18 years or younger kind of thing. 18 included and younger. So 19 wouldn't necessarily be included, so therefore the student's savings wouldn't really matter. So that's why I feel like savings plus is probably what they're looking for, and yep, that was correct. Okay. Um, okay, so they're not including they're not including 19 as a parameter there. But this is one of those problems where it's like, you look at this and you're like, which way are they talking about here? You know, um, sometimes it's really helpful when you have the greater than or and equal sign next to each other, saying like it's both, kind of thing. But oh well. What is the purpose of accessibility roles? Provide parental controls to enable parents to control access to the application by their children. And that, no. Prevent access by unauthorized personnel. Not really. Enable application use on all software platforms. I mean, not really. Provide enhanced interface support for users requiring assistance. That's the one that I'm kind of looking for. There we go. Which of the following is a specific advantage for Pega Cosmos? Pega Cosmos embraces modular design, which I believe is the correct answer. Pega Cosmos is used for a single business context. No. Pega Cosmos is designed so that users can interact with business objects on multiple tabs. I don't think that really matters. Pega Cosmos focuses primarily on B2C use cases. I don't remember what B2C is. So I'm still kind of leaning towards modular design, and yep, that's it. Case type allows customers to specify a paint color and finish for a painting cost estimate, which configuration prevents users from entering an invalid combination of colors and finishes on a form. Okay. Oh gosh, I can never really remember these very well. I know that they're very important, but I just can never really remember like the distinction between them very well. Um, decision rule to test that would be way too many tests for a decision rule. Create a validate rule to test a combination of color and finish. Again, I think that that's a little too much. I think it's the configure and edit validate rule. Because it's not a pick list, because that would be way too many combinations for them to even consider. I think it's the edit validate rule, which apparently I was incorrect. Edit validate rules are used to test whether input in a field matches a required pattern. Okay. Um, hmm. Okay. I guess it's the validate rule. I don't remember. I've seen that question before. I just can't remember the exact answer for it. And I can never remember like the distinction between them, so I've always struggled with that one. Which scenario describes the type of information that is stored in the PY work page? Um, List of available properties in the greater Boston metro area that is cached from the realtor's database. I don't think that's correct. The access group for the customer service representative who's currently logged into the application. I don't think that's the case. Information about the external storage provider for the Ubank application. Um, no. Oh boy. Okay. Date and time. No. The work page includes everything from the case type. So um, which maybe. It's not the access groups. That doesn't matter for the PY work page. I don't see why that's a thing. I don't think it's from a realtor's database. I don't think that's part of the PY work page. I feel like it's this one, and I was wrong. Okay. Um, this doesn't work. That one doesn't work, so it has to be that other one then. Damn it. Customers can track online orders by entering an order tracking number and clicking a button that is labeled Track It. In this example, tracking number is a blank and the track it button is a blank. Okay. There's a field and there's a control. Yeah. Which two situations are appropriate for implementing field level auditing? Um, I don't remember them really going over this one either very well. In a mortgage application, you want to maintain a history of all changes to the loan amount as the case progresses through the life cycle. I don't think that's field level auditing. An insurance application, you want to know who adjusted the insurance coverage level. I believe that's something that you're going to want to keep in terms of auditing. In a customer service application, you want to know if a new compliance case has been created. I don't know if that's auditing. In a booking application, you want to know why the customer changed their hotel reservation dates. I think those two. Nope, never mind. Okay, not the fourth answer. Um, and again, that would be, a failed answer. Obviously, that would be an incorrect answer. So obviously, I'm not doing too well on this test right at this moment in time. But then again, that's kind of my fault as well. Um, um, I don't think this has anything to do with field level auditing, so I'm thinking of the first one. Okay, so two statements about rules are correct. Each time you change a rule, you have to rename it. No. It's best to create all your rules in DevStudio manually. Um, I think that they say that that's correct, but I don't think that is, you know, I don't think that's really the case because sometimes rules are created, automatically. So rules are automatically updated when you make a change in App Studio. Rules created in Dev Studio can be made available to users in App Studio. No. I mean, you can. Oh gosh. I'm kind of leaning more towards this one here. Um, but at the same time, I mean, they are updated in a way, but at the same time, I've seen it kind of happen where the rules still kind of remain rigid as well. So like, you change one and it still holds like the old way of the rules as well. So I don't know. Rules created in Dev Studio can be made available to users in App Studio. I don't think this is the case. Okay, try and feedback. Oh, well, okay. Well, the second one is wrong, so okay, well, it has to be those two. It can't be that first one. You don't have to rename it when you change a rule, so fuck. In which of the following situations do you simulate a data source for a data view? Um, um, Performance testing and integration when an interface between an application and an external data provider is not finalized. I mean, that might be okay, but when you want to simulate a large amount of data, I mean, you might not be able to do that anyway when a data page writes data to an external system. No, I think it's the second one. Yeah. Which two items are required for the configuration setting? All users must receive access to configuration sets. I don't think that's the case. You must know the name for each user who needs access. I don't think that's the case. You must select the include a search checkbox in the relevant Pega configuration class. Okay. There must be an existing configuration set. Yeah, there must be an existing configuration set. That's true. I don't think you need to know the name of each user who needs access. Um, you could probably just give it to a group and that should be fine. All users must receive access to configuration sets. I don't know if you really need to have all users, but I think this is actually one of their answers, which is making me hesitant about this one. God damn it. Should have kept with my initial thought line. Oh well. You can use fields to localize blank and blank. Okay. To localize. Hmm. think those two? No, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna pick those two. Fuck, I'm messing up too badly on this one. Okay, you want to configure a view that features two panels of information, coverage selection and selected coverage overview. The view mockup is included above. The content of both panels automatically wraps based on screen size. How do you achieve this configuration? Um, oh, right. This one's like the really kind of fucked up one, I think. I've seen this one before. You don't want that one. You don't want this one. Um, I think it's the first one here. For layout groups with within a stacked layout group. Well, and then again, maybe not. Okay, well, it's like one of those first two. God damn it, I don't really remember. Customer service representative must respond to emails within 24 hours, otherwise the assignment is considered late and urgency increases by 20. For every additional 6 hours that the CSR does not respond, the CSR's manager is notified and the urgency increases by 20. If the case reaches an assignment at 4 p.m. Tuesday, an assignment starts with an urgency 10, which is assignment urgency at 1 p.m. Thursday. So, um, so at 4 p.m. Tuesday is, already past the 24-hour mark, right? So the assignment is considered late and urgency increases by 20. That puts it at 30. Um, for every 6 additional hours and the CSR does not respond, so 10 p.m. Wednesday, the CSR's manager is notified and urgency increases by 20 again, so that leaves it at 50, right? So then at 4 a.m., um, it increases by 20 again. 4 a.m. Thursday. So that puts it at 70. Then it goes till 10 a.m. Thursday. So that puts it at 90. But it happens right before the next 6 hours. So it would be 90. Yeah. Create a test case for a decision table and verify the results. A few weeks later, another developer runs the test again and the test fails. Chances to which two of the following configurations can cause this result. Um, hmm, page containing decision table input properties and um, import properties used in the decision table. Okay, well, apparently not the page containing the decision table input properties. I mean, the user shouldn't matter, on who runs the unit test or not. So I don't see how that would play out. And I mean, yes, the return values used in a decision table would be kind of different based off of the input properties, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like that would be kind of a given, but, you know, whatever. Okay. Your application requires a cascading approval for expense reports. Approvals must follow the submitter's reporting structure with the following thresholds. The manager must approve expense reports 500 or less, director 15 or less, or vice president for 15 or higher. How do you configure the approval process? Select the authority matrix configuration option. That sounds about right. Select the reporting structure configuration with custom levels, then configure a decision table to determine the number of levels. I don't think that's really necessary. Select the reporting structure configuration and select all levels. I don't think that's necessary. Select the reporting structure configuration with custom levels, then configure win rules to determine the number of levels. Yeah, no, I think it's the authority matrix, and which is wrong. God damn it. Ah. Uh, authority matrix is not used for approvals that follow a user's reporting structure. Okay. Okay. Well, um, I don't think it's all levels because you're, um, because I think, this is like, you don't necessarily want the vice president to be handling, expense reports of, 500 or less. So I don't think that's the case. Select the reporting structure configuration with custom levels, then configure win rules to determine the number of levels. So it's either win rules or decision table. Um, I think it falls under the decision table. I just not remembering this. Hey there, Roblox. How you doing? For which requirement must you configure a validate rule in Dev Studio? Um, temp sheet submitted by a consultant assigned to a client project must be reviewed by an auditor. Now, the amount of transfer between accounts must be greater than zero, less than available balance for the originating account. No, I don't think that's really the case. Um, could you hold the question for later, the Roblox, like in about 45 minutes or so? Then I'll try to answer your question then, if you're okay with that. An email address is required for a case to enter approval stage. No. Value of the day of service field must be no more than 15 days for a critical issue and up to 60 days in the future for an issue with a low priority. Um, hmm, I don't know which one of these would really work for this. Nope. Okay. The care service case has a trial case that manages the hospital intake questionnaire. The patient can self-identify symptoms from a list of possible symptoms in trial case. I'm not doing well there, folks. It doesn't look good for me. Selected symptoms are copied over to the parent case with the status of unconfirmed. In the parent case, the physician can update the symptoms that are listed and their associated status. Which two configurations would be part of the selected symptoms data transform? Set the status of each copied symptom equal to unconfirmed. Create a new property for each selected symptom and copy the properties to the parent case. Remove unselected symptoms from the source of possible symptoms. Iterate over the list of possible symptoms and copy the entries that the patient selected during intake. Let's see. I think it's those two. God damn it. Which of the following options best describes the benefit of unit testing rules? I've been really messing up a lot there, folks. I'm sorry about that. But I haven't really been studying nearly as much as I really should be. Which of the following options best describes the benefit of unit testing rules? Unit testing identifies configuration issues that might impact application performance on a production system. Unit testing validates a rule configuration to ensure that any dependent rules are available to the application. Unit testing validates information that must be provided before the rule can be saved. Unit testing identifies configuration issues that propagate to other rules with potentially serious consequences. Uh, um, I don't know if this is correct. It's not. No. No. So it has to be this one. Okay. Consider the requirement for approvals or change request for a consulting project. Use the criteria in the table to configure a process for running in case they're the correct party. Based on the images above, select the two parties that must approve the change request. Choose two. Scope increased? Yes. So project manager. Contract change? No. So not an executive, not legal, and the CFO. Now, that's an easy one to deal with. Which rule is used to store the labels, messages, and other text strings that require translation? Um, I don't know. I don't know that one. Select the 3 correct unit test best practices for the choices available. Before you save the unit test, ensure that you have access to dedicated rule set configured to store test cases. Okay. From the unit testing landing page, create test suites to run one or more test cases same time in a designated order. Okay. From the unit test landing page, view the status of each test case based on the last execution. Before you save the unit test, ensure that you do not define expected results and indicate a successful unit test. Okay. Before you save the unit test, ensure that you have access to any rule set that allow easy application migration. I don't think that really matters. I think it's these 3. Yeah. In which use case do you configure an authority matrix with the decision table? Let's see. Manager request for employee salary increase is read. VP to approval of pay rate increase 5% depending on. No. No. I think it's this one. Nope. Okay. VP is in the same department as the manager and employee. You do not need to use an authority matrix. It's like. Guess this one. Because it's not this one because it's not pushing it up to a, you know, authority matrix is meant to kind of push it up to like, the higher authorities, right? So this doesn't really work. This one doesn't really work. So it had to have been either one of these 2. So that's why I was kind of thinking it was that 3rd one at first. But which 2 statements describe the security checklist featured in Pega platform? Choose 2. They didn't really go over this very well, I think. Tracks the status of security tasks and overall completion. I don't think that was the necessary for the security checklist, so I don't think it shows the compliance score. I believe this one. I don't think it's that first one, so I'm now kind of leaning back to the 4th right at this moment in time. So, because they're saying like all required, which again, I've always been very cautious about whenever someone says all or, never needed or, something along those lines. So, yeah. What is the best practice for avoiding accidental overwrites when referencing an auto-populated property? Um, Auto-populate a property by copying data from a data page. Auto-populate the property by referring to the data page. don't really want to refer to it, because when you change something that is potentially being referred from, then it might actually change the value from there. You wanted to kind of copy the data from it, so yeah. From the right, drag the run option to the blank rectangle next to the appropriate scenario. Okay, so far I'm a little behind, I feel like. Route job requisition approval to a reporting manager, the senior manager, and then director. Route supporting requests for customers whose preferred language is Spanish to customer service representatives who speak Spanish. Route an employee evaluation to a direct manager. Route an expense report to the department manager when expenses exceed $1,000. I think that one. Don't think you really need a reporting structure for that. You can use one approver and the reporting structure on that one, and then custom approvals. Yeah. Drag each inheritance type to the appropriate description of rule inheritance. Oh, I forgot about this one. Oh, fuck. I don't remember this at all. Okay, let's think about this. So what was it? Directed came from base class, or was it from previous other like links to it? And then pattern was kind of coming from the base class. I think pattern was coming from the base class, if I'm not mistaken. So, I think that's directed. I think that's directed. I think this is pattern. Oh, well, got him reversed apparently. Okay. So that's directed, that's directed, that's pattern. Okay. Yeah, that would have been a complete failure on the certification. Which following statements is true about device preview? Not quite sure about device preview. Don't remember that at all. You still must test applications on actual devices. Device preview is available only for completed applications. No. Device preview is a Pega platform add-on. No. Only preview options available for default options. I gotta sneeze, pardon me. Excuse me, sorry about that. I don't think it's for, device preview. No, you can do that, at any time. You click on preview, you can select, whatever device that you want. So completed applications, no. Device preview is in the Pega platform add-on. No, you can do it at any particular time. The only preview options available are default options, which I don't think is correct either. So this is the only one that I can think is the correct answer. And yeah, okay. So, you can still preview it on, you know, device representations, but it's better to make sure that it actually works on said devices. So each week, a customer receives a notification if they have unused discounts near the expiration date. Before submitting a purchase order, a customer receives a recommended shipping type based on product availability and fulfillment warehouse location. Sounds like a win condition. 2 weeks after application is submitted, the hiring manager is notified if candidate has not received a minimum number of interviews. I believe that's a win condition. When booking a flight or hotel, a customer receives a notification about an available vacation package based on the type of booking and location. I think that is also a win condition. And then that's probably a decision table. Okay, well, so these are decision tables, and that is a win condition. So I'm not doing well there, folks. You want to configure a view when customers browse foreign purchase books. Title, image of cover, price, rating, and other details of each book displayed in the view. To achieve this configuration, um, let's see. You don't want to use a tab. You don't want to. I mean, you could technically use a table layout. Um, but I mean, you would feel like you'd want more of a repeating dynamic layout, right? So yeah. Job recruiter is screening candidates to assess their qualifications. Recruiter determines whether a candidate matches target position, matches a different position, company, or does not match any position. Decision table based on a recruiter's feedback automatically advances the case through the appropriate connector. Select a position, target position, or reject. Which are the two configurations when used together in the decision table meet this requirement. Um, seen this before, obviously, so okay. Yep, okay. Which requirement can you satisfy by creating a new work queue? I I'd want to talk about this more, but I don't really have a whole lot of time, unfortunately. So I need to kind of make sure that I keep on moving forward because, they don't give you a whole lot of time to really talk about this, you know. So which requirement can you satisfy by creating a new work queue? Um, um, request for information from policy renewals can be processed by coverage changes assigned to members of a specialized team or underwriters. Users can access secondary view with additional information, but other users can access the secondary view. I think it's the third one now. Yeah. Which 3 items are best practices for unit tests? Okay. Here we go again. No, not frequent changes. Tests that require rules with wide usage across the application at high priority to configure. Yes. Unit test development should occur after the application is released. No. So it has to be those other 2. So maximize rule test coverage and include enough tests to cover all input and output combinations. Sure. It is high priority to create unit tests for rules that have predictable results. Yes. So. Okay. Drag the description to the correct image on the left. Okay. Well, roadside assistance case when a user adds a new payment type to the payment types field group list changes right in the case art tab field history. Uh, from credit card to cash. From credit card to cash. Changes right in the case art tab field history. And user adds a new payment type to payment types. The changes right. Oh wait. No, that's user adds new payment type, and the user changes based off of the payment types field group list, and then that one is there. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. I was looking at it, I'm like going, wait, that's not looking right. Okay, we're kind of on track, but I feel like I'm feeling a little behind still. I have 30 more minutes left on this, and um, I have 20 more questions left. So drag the words to the correct boxes. Confirms the identity of the user and verifies the user is allowed access to the application. Determines what data the users can view and what actions the user can perform. So authentication and authorization. So there you go. Layout groups help developers design a user interface that is optimized based on the amount of information you want to present. Layout groups organize and group fields into panels. There we go. Which two of the following options describe modular design? Describe presentation layer with information architecture, interactions, accessibility, and data visualizations. Maybe. Building on a series of components to create models of an application prior to launch. Not really. An approach that allows users to learn the meaning of discrete elements on the screen so that they can be reused in multiple contexts. Again, maybe. Application building development environment that uses graphical user interfaces. Designed for more than one screen, such as mobile or desktop, to allow for functional essentials of the system to work properly. I believe that is part of modular design. Let's check it out. Well, not the first one, apparently. Okay. I think it's the third one. If it's not the first one, then I feel like it's the third, but we'll find out. When unit testing a rule, you use a data transform during the test. What does data transform do? Provides initial values for properties used in rule evaluation, records the results of the unit test, which no. Distinguish the test data from other pages in memory. No. Copies test results to clipboard. Wait, hold on. It's not the second one. It's that I don't see why you would want to use a data transform for recording the results. Probably provides initial values for properties used in rule evaluation. This doesn't really make any sense to me, and this one also doesn't really make any sense to me, so yeah. You have a data page with customer data. The data page is configured to reload if it's older than 1 hour, which of the following best describes when a data page will reload. Data page reloads automatically 1 hour after last accessed. Data page reloads on the next access. Oh, okay. This one kind of threw me off when I did it, that one time. So you have a data page with customer data. The data page is configured to reload if it's older than 1 hour, which of the following best describes when a data page will reload. So, no, it doesn't automatically reload 1 hour after creation. I believe it's reloads 1 hour after creation. So it doesn't really matter when it was last accessed. It just matters when it was created. So I think it's that fourth one. Yeah. So, which of the following situations would you use a data transform? Copy data from one page to another. Reuse properties in two forms. Maybe create properties after creating the case. No. Run a flow action. No. I don't think it really matters for copying data. I think it's this one. Never mind. You're not creating properties, so that's not what a data transform is all about. I don't really remember what a flow action is all about, but I mean, you don't need a data transform to make sure a flow action runs or whatnot. So that's the only thing I can think of, copying data from one page to another then. How do you customize the allowed values for a property based on the context of the property using field values? Um, I have a funny feeling, by the way, that I'm probably going to be failing this test. So just give you guys a heads up. I'm not feeling that confident right at this moment in time. Which means, hey, I'm probably not wanting to do a certification test tomorrow. So, how do you customize allowed values for the property based on the context of the property using field values? Create a base field value record and create a circumstance base record. I don't remember this. Create a field value record and a unique property record for each allowed value in each context. Create a rule set for each context and create a field value record for each value and add the field value record to the appropriate rule set. Create a field value record for each value and set the context using the apply to field. I don't remember this at all. Apparently I picked the right one. I was kind of leaning towards that one just because of the apply to field, but I don't remember it. So, that was a guess and obviously picked the right one, but still. That was a memorization of the question there, folks. Not a great one. So you add a cascading approval step that uses the authority matrix. You specify a decision table to determine the approvers for each case. You confirm that the conditions of the decision table are configured correctly. You test the configuration by entering requests that require multiple approvers. However, the application routes all requests to only one approver. Which of the following actions should you take to correct the issue? I think it's that first one. Yeah. If you want them all checked, then you need to set it to evaluate all rows. So, which two of the following options are principles of App Studio? Oh, pardon me, my nose is starting to run. So, okay, be right back. Sorry about that. Which two of the following options are principles of App Studio? Place RGB elements in default settings. Contextualize the user's needs. Begin the details to build the big picture. Add value as fast as possible. Okay. Resources application managers can create, view, and edit employee onboarding cases. Administrators have the additional ability to delete onboarding cases. How do you achieve this behavior? Um, And that's wrong. You can change permissions in access groups. They tell you that. Okay. Okay. You design the decision tree you want to test. You want to verify that the system can evaluate every row regardless of input values, and you test your decision tree logic. It's either conflicts or completeness. I think it's conflicts. Yeah. You need to add a field for bank routing number in the view. Bank routing number must consist of following numbers 1 through 9, including any leading zeros, which configuration ensures that users submit a valid bank routing number. Let's see. I forget the answer that they had for this one. I think it's this first one. Yeah. Okay. Identify the 3 valid options for simulating data for unit testing during application development. Okay. Decision table, no. Report definition, I don't think so. I think it's these 3. Nope, not a connector. Okay. Yeah, I'll go with the decision table on that one. Fraud detection application payment information. External data source checks the credit card expiration based on the credit card ID when developing Pega platform application. Which 3 of the following options can you use to configure the payment information data object in App Studio? Choose 3. Okay. Okay. And notice how these 2 are the same and are similar, and these 2 are similar. So obviously, if you're choosing 3, then that one is automatically an option for you. If they had a a sixth one here with something similar to that, then you would have had to think about it a little bit more. But um, it's either one, it's either this one or that one, basically. Out of the two, you can't be both. So, um, um, and then there these two are also very similar to each other. So the payment information data object does not exist. Create a new payment information data object by using the data object wizard to define a simulated source or a source data later. You want to use a simulated source, right? Apparently not. Wait, I'm marking the second one as wrong. Okay. Well, apparently my observation was incorrect. Um, so apparently both of these are correct, and that one's correct. I don't know. Move on. I can't focus on it too much. Otherwise, I fail on it. So, or I failed the quiz. So, I mean, I'm probably gonna fail it anyway. But I got 10 more minutes left. So, and I got 5 more questions left to do. So, user fails to log in an account successfully after 2 attempts. As a result, the account is locked for 8 minutes. Which configuration supports this requirement? Write the correct configuration to the lockout policies box. Okay, so 8 minutes. Um, it's this one. Because they're saying, initial authentication lockout penalty in seconds is 8, which is incorrect. You have the 8 minutes right there. So, yeah. Okay. Product return case must always show the current contact information for a customer. Case sources the correct information from the customer database to display, and a header setup. A section on each step, which are the best to implement for this use case. um, you want to do that one. Never mind, barely not. What's the problem here? You're God damn it. You're not changing the information. I don't know. Okay. Alright, moving on. Select 2 best practices to follow when designing mobile applications. Um, moving on. Let's just go with that one. Yeah. Mobile devices don't really show other, so that typically is no. And application preview function, it's like you only see that in typically like with App Studio or Dev Studio, it's like you don't see the preview on the actual devices, or at least that's you know my understanding of it. So, which of the 2 following statements are true about localization wizard? Um, is export the correspondence and paragraph rules. No, you can use the localization word. Localization flag is enabled on user interface rules. Localization wizard to change the locale, base currency, and time zone. I'm thinking it's these 2. No, apparently not the 4th one. Well, it has to be that one. It's not the HTML file, so I don't feel confident in this at all, so I'm probably gonna fail it just to let you all folks know, and let's see the results. They're saying, I pass it with an 80%, and the results are, oh, hey, I passed. Rate this mission. Okay. Um, the problem, that I have with the mission is that the time shown doesn't feel like it is accurate to actual reading and understanding the material. The material doesn't reinforce what you learned prior, which I really wish it did, because I'm forced to guess on subjects that were discussed once at the beginning of the mission and never discussed again. And I encountered multiple questions with wrong or unclear answers. I'm hopeful that that 23 took all of my suggestions to heart to be better. Okay, so according to this, I got 88%. And once again, they don't show me crap. I know that I've missed a lot more than that. The feedback obviously saved me in this particular case there, folks. In this particular operation, obviously there was a lot of details that that I would have gotten wrong if it wasn't for the feedback. If I had left it alone, I probably would not have passed with the 80%. Okay, first and foremost. Okay, there was a lot of questions there that I was pretty much questioning about. I wasn't 100% about. So, ideally, you know, you'd want to be coming into this quest and into the mission test, never seen these questions before, and answering them without any kind of hesitation whatsoever, getting that 100% mark, possible, right? That's ideally, but like I mentioned in their feedback on this, they don't reinforce your knowledge. Okay. For example, they talk about like the 3 pillars of Pega. I don't remember those 3 pillars whatsoever, but they keep on bringing that up. on occasion, and I don't remember them whatsoever. And it's like, well, if these are supposed to be three pillars, something that, is referenced like all the time, then shouldn't they be referencing it throughout Pega? That's my point. It's like they don't if these are three pillars that they are using, then reference them, throughout the topics. You know, like, hey, this particular topic is referencing this one pillar, of Pega. This is all about this particular pillar and how it, works in this particular fashion. Something along those lines. It's like, just just tiny little nods here and there to kind of reinforce what you previously learned. Okay. But it doesn't do that. And I feel that that's what makes it really difficult for someone like me that kind of needs that reinforcement of the material that was previously covered. Um, my memory isn't something that clicks and grabs the information, you know, once and I'm good. I need something that I can kind of sink my teeth into. I can chew over multiple times to kind of get the full understanding of what's being discussed on it, and then I can basically say, oh yeah, you're talking about this. Okay, then it's that. That kind of thing. Rules are a big, huge factor in Pega, but they don't really discuss like the nitty gritty of what they are all about, like the validate rules, the edit validate rules. These are ones that I struggle with, and it's like it shouldn't be that way. Okay, edit validate rules. These should be something that really, obviously should really get hammered into you because it's validation rules, just rules in general is pretty much everything about being a system architect. You're going to be dealing with rules all the time when you're working as a system architect. So why they're not hitting that home more is something that I feel is um, a bit problematic. Um, and once again, their mission test is not showing all the modules that are they need to fix their tests because this is bad. This isn't working properly. Okay, because believe me, debugging application errors is not the only topic that I probably failed on. I probably, I mean, as it is right there, it's like, 0 questions correct. What the fuck do you mean on this? You know, that's where it's like, okay, guys, here, I'm gonna go ahead and take this and say that, let me do a screenshot on this, send it in as a suggestion and get them to kind of try to work on this a little bit more because they need to fix that. Um, let's see. I guess I'll put it on the Pega exercise. It's actually the mission test, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. Okay. Choose the file. Um, mission test is once again not showing all of the topics that I missed. And it isn't showing the questions presented and how many questions were missed either. So this in previous mission tests, I hope that this gets fixed. It really does need to be reprogrammed. Cement. Okay, I love the fact that the screen is not even showing like the white background or anything along those lines. So, um, okay, so here's where we stand on this. So first off, um, you know, uh, they say that I got the achievement at the very end here, right? They gave me the reward for completing the mission, even though technically, because I have not completed the one. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. They they forced the completion on localizing the UI form on me. Just because I finished the mission test. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna do this again and see if it actually works. Um, um, you know, I don't like the fact that they forced this to be completed on me. I don't really like that. Um, that's that's a bad programming, in my opinion. Um, so we're gonna do this tomorrow. We're gonna work on this tomorrow, see if we can get it to work. If we can't get it to work, then well, I mean, they've just kind of, completed the challenge for me anyway, which I guess, which is just bad design, in my opinion. Okay, you shouldn't be forcing people like the, you shouldn't necessarily be forcing this like that. So, hopefully I can still even initialize a instance. Hopefully I'm assuming I can. It would be really bad for them to basically stop you from initializing an instance even after completion. You should be able to. At least I hope that's the case. Um, then after we double check this, then we're gonna be going. Then we'll go back to the mission test. Okay, and we'll kind of go through the mission test again and see, and we'll kind of try to go through the topics of them all and see about trying to, um, figure out like the proper answers and stuff like that. We'll kind of analyze it a little bit more. Obviously, it might say, "Hey, you're past your hour and 30 minutes, and we can't go any further than that, so you're just out of luck." But if I remember correctly, they don't do a good timed test at all. If I remember correctly, it doesn't hold to the hour and 30 minutes at all. They don't have they don't have a good timer on those tests. So, um, So we can probably do a really deep dive on the system architect mission test, go through each question, go to the actual topics of each of those questions, and really try to analyze them a little bit more. Um, we'll try to go into a deep dive on that. Then after that's all said and done, I'll write down like the ones that I have problems with, the topics that I have problems with, because there has been plenty, along the line, and along my journey on this, you know. Unfortunately, I haven't had any comments about any of my past topics or anything along those lines concerning, how to do, um, rules and rule types. Um, I had a problem at one point in time about um, there was um, like a database side of things that I wasn't really understanding very well either. Um, Not that one. I think it was like right near the very beginning of the system architect journey. I forget exactly which one it was, but I was kind of struggling on that one a little bit. I think maybe the data model. Um, yeah, I think it was the data model that I was really kind of struggling with a little bit. Um, because I think they were really kind of putting in information that sounded like it was pretty much like the same information to me every single time that I was kind of looking at it, and I wasn't really seeing a clear distinction between them. So that's why I was kind of confused about it. But never got any kind of reply. I know I never got any kind of comments on those videos. So again, if anybody's watching right now and you are like, a veteran, a manager, a um, team lead of a pagan environment team or something along those lines, then please go back through some of my old videos, and I have questions during some of them. Okay, I would really appreciate any kind of feedback that you can provide. If you're watching me right now and you have that understanding of Pega, I would really appreciate any kind of support that you can give along those lines, um, because not only are you answering my questions, but you might be helping out someone else that might be also be struggling with those particular topics as well. Okay, so it just might not be just myself that you're helping out, but it might be others as well. So please um, consider that as um, a way to help out the Pega community in general. Okay. I will do what I can to kind of go back through some of these topics that I've struggled with. Okay. We're going to be doing mock exams to kind of keep ourselves kind of working on the test questions. Figuring out the topics, figuring out um, trying to understand um, you know, what is, the Pega environment. Okay. We're not wanting to memorize the questions. The questions aren't going to be helpful for us. Okay. Memorizing questions aren't going to be helpful for us because the certification is going to have their own kind of questions. Now we could try to memorize the mock exams that are out there because some people have kind of, copied questions that they got from the Pega exam and, put them onto the internet. There's always that possibility out there, but that's the thing. Okay, you can't rely on you seeing those questions. Okay, it's better to understand what Pega is all about than um, trying to memorize the questions and the answers. That that does no good if you're wanting to really learn, what Pega is all about, right? So um, so we're going to be kind of going into a studying for the certification mode. Okay. Our our mission journey is done. We've gone through the missions for the most part. Okay. I can try to um, you know, do a Pega Platform 23. Just step up into that one and start from there again. Um, but it's just going to be like a repeat of a lot of repeats of information. And I don't know if I really want to do that for you. I would prefer more of like um, more something that has more like unique information. And I don't feel like the transition from 8.7 to 23 is a large enough distinction between that. Now, obviously, there's probably going to be some changes here and there based off of the differences between the two. I mean, they're going to be changing some things. They have already done that. Um, but I don't know if it's going to be like breaking changes either. So that's why I feel like doing the 23 mission for the system architect isn't going to be helpful for me. Now, I could try to do the senior system architect, which I've heard is a good method of studying for the system architect. Um, I've heard that that's the case. It really kind of helps you like solidify like why certain things work the way they do. I'm not sure. Um, I believe that that might be the case. So it might be in my best interest to kind of maybe take the senior system architect to try to study that and kind of really work, on my understanding of all the topics that they present on that. But they might be giving me even more information that I might not necessarily need. Well, I mean, they're definitely gonna be presenting me information that I don't necessarily need for the system architect, but it might help me in understanding, the material better. So, um, so if there's someone that might be interested in me trying to do that, then let me know. Um, but here on out is I feel is probably gonna be more towards just kind of doing mock exams and kind of doing some studies about it and stuff like that. So to kind of prep myself for the certification. Okay, and obviously, I need to make sure that my room is completely clear and ready for the certification test as well. But obviously I'll do that offline. So, but just bear in mind that, we're going to be discussing a lot, and from, here moving forward. So be prepared for that. But that's going to be it for the Pega certification study sessions for now. Uh, we're gonna uh, we're gonna move on to talking about, well, I'm gonna move on to getting some videos uploaded and stuff like that right now. But I want to thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. Um, Check out the playlist for more concerning the Pega certification if you're here for that. Um, Obviously, I got a full playlist about the system architect that you're welcome to go through and check out. Um, leave comments if you're you know wondering about a particular topic or you might have answers to some of my questions. I look forward to those. Um, leave a like and subscribe. That would be fantastic. That would help me out with the YouTube algorithm. Check out the links in the description for things that help me out, help you out, and are there for like direct communications, like say, the Discord server that I have, if you're so inclined. Um, and that's going to be it for tonight. So I want to thank you all for watching. Appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time. Alright, that video is done. Okay, Roblox, if you're still there, I can answer your question now. If you want, if you're here, I can answer that Warframe question. Let's see. While I wait though, I'm gonna see, have I uploaded any videos? I have not. Okay, let's double check my, okay, so I have a lot of videos that I have not uploaded lately. Let's see. Okay, let me check my current video I scheduled. That was 129. Okay, so it looks like I have, yeah, I have these taken care of. And right, okay, so these need to be moved over to my upload folder here. So one second, I'm gonna get some videos moved over here because I have uploaded them. There we go. Let's get these in their respective folders here so I can clean up here. There we go. Awesome. Now, so that means I have 5 videos that I haven't done anything with. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll take care of it. Um, I'll upload those tonight. Um, so in the meantime, I guess I'll just go ahead and maybe talk about other things for the time being. I should also probably bring up Warframe here so that I can make sure that um, it's downloaded all the recent content. If there's been any kind of updates, which they said that they were pausing hot fixes for now. So I mean, there's that. But okay, according to this, it's still updated, so we're good on that. Um, I don't, and we're going to, from what I understand, or from what someone said, there is a quest, or the recent quest that I did, Whisper in the Walls. Someone mentioned that they don't have that on repeat right at this moment in time, or they haven't allowed for that to be on repeat. So there was a question posted to me on whether or not I had creator mode on um, during that particular part where I was, I'm like, okay, well, um, you know, the um, you know, someone was basically saying, do you have creator mode enabled? And at that particular moment in time, I didn't have it enabled. The Warframe itself disabled my creator mode. Okay, so I can't actively answer um, Duck's question. Okay, I can't say whether or not he was correct or not. I can't say for 100% accuracy that the creator mode would block that copyrighted song from being playable or not. Okay, I don't know. Um, but the problem is that my questions still stand on you know on the topic, which is you know are they going to be using copyrighted music from here moving forward? Um, here, let me look at the questions that I still have it written down. I still have that script. So, I asked, will they continue to use copyrighted songs in the future for the first one? Will Warframe 1999 be filled with said copyrighted songs? And three, if they're going to take steps in their programming to um, to help content creators from getting copyright claims. By putting the copyrighted music behind the creator mode. Um, they haven't addressed those questions to my knowledge. Um, Based off of everything that I've seen, everything that well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not like scouring every single forum post that they have. I'm not scouring every single last um, I'm not watching every single dev stream that they do or anything along those lines. Okay, bear in mind that you know, um, I'm um, I want to try to have like a genuine experience for anybody like watching me for the very first time. So I try not to go into those particular areas to potentially get spoiled. Like what they potentially might do in the future. So I often have to be really careful about um, about going into um, those streams and stuff like that. I believe Critter Mode only had spoilers, but I could be wrong. It seems the copyright is YouTube being YouTube because the complaints on the forums are folks streaming on YouTube from what I saw. Yeah, no, it's well, no, the thing is that um, UMG has every right to claim that song. Okay, if DE basically um, got the license to be able to play that song during the cinematic, then they have no problems with that. That's within their rights. They can do that. If they want to license copyrighted music and put it in their game, they have every right to do that. They're not the only one that's done it. So I mean, I'm just looking at GTA 5 as a as an example of that, right? Um, the problem is that even though they are doing that, it puts content creators, such as myself and anybody else that plays the game at risk for getting claimed from UMG in this particular case, because UMG is trying to protect the songwriters, copyrights, making sure the songwriters get, the, no one's like, playing the full song playing the full song without giving any kind of money back to the songwriters, the song creators, and so on and so forth. I have no problem with UMG doing that on a regular basis. it's completely understandable along those lines. I mean, you would have to really transform the music in some way, okay, to make it fair use, which is really difficult to do, when it comes to music. Let's face it. You'd have to really kind of change things up and, like really like, stop the song, analyze it, try to figure like, oh, they use these particular chords, they use that particular progression, whatever, right? I'm not a full musician. I don't really have like a full-on background along those lines. Okay, so you know, so like while I might have played, xylophone way back in music, way back in high school, that's not me today. Um, but UMG has every right to claim those. Okay, and they have every right to go after the people on Twitch as well. And believe me, Twitch is gonna Twitch is gonna feel that hurt pretty soon if they're not careful. Those companies are gonna be going after Twitch hardcore. Twitch is like at the very beginning stages of what YouTube was like, during their copyright session kind of thing. So Twitch is gonna be feeling it pretty soon, and Kick is gonna be really getting hurt pretty bad if they're not careful. Because I mean, you have creators on Kick that are just going, "Hey, let's watch a movie. Here's the movie for everybody to watch all at the same time." Guess what? That is against the law. When you're publicly broadcasting a movie to who knows how many people, you're in a sense trying to be a movie theater. And if you're not paying any kind of money back to like a movie or anything along those lines, well, guess what? They're going to come after your ass. And Kick isn't going to protect you on that one. So, um, understood. I shall return. Got to get their movie and popcorn soda. No worries there, Vinny. No worries. Um, so, um, so this person's comment, on the same video about, the issue of the song itself is not owned by Digital Extremes. I mean, they're right. It's not owned by Digital Extremes. It's owned by Nine Inch Nails, which UMG is protecting their rights for. So UMG will hit anybody with a copyright claim saying, "Hey, this music is ours, not yours. So we're going to take your ad revenue and give it to Nine Inch Nails." Now, again, I wish there was a better system in YouTube right at this moment in time that basically says, "Hey, I'm gonna take a little bit of, you know, um, we'll give, the percentage of the video that the music is playing, and we'll give that amount of percentage of ad revenue to you," or something like that. Even if it's like cents on the dollar or something like that. Okay. I really wish that that was kind of what was going on, but that's not really the case, right? That's not what they're doing right now. They're basically saying, "Hey, if you get a copyright claim, all ad revenue goes to whoever claims it." So again, I don't agree with that on YouTube's terms, but there's nothing I can do about it. I really do hope that eventually it will change, but that's something that YouTube and the music industry is going to have to try to work out a deal with because, yeah, it's been rough. um, this guy says, they bought the license to use it, which is correct. They can't turn around and give creators the right to rebroadcast it, which again is also true. So, I was already kind of stating that in my video already, but this guy's trying to restate what I was already kind of mentioning. Um, you know, but um, the fact that it uber sucks that they did not warn people. Well, they kind of did. Okay, the fact that the um the fact that in TennoCon they played that portion of the mission before it was available for everybody. And they mentioned right out the bat that, you know, content creators are safe, you won't get a strike. Great. But again, that doesn't protect against copyright claims. So, um, and, and there's nothing that DE can do about it. Believe me, I fully understand along those lines that, again, they don't have, DE does not have the rights of the song itself to be played by all the players in the world, all the content creators in the world when it comes to Warframe, to be able to distribute said song free of charge, right? That's like a totally different license on their behalf. They would have to like do a almost like a radio license, and they would have to like pay that almost every month to try to cover those costs. And let's face it, that's a little too much. Let's face that, right? Um, so um, um, so DE support is a hit or miss. Well, yeah, I guess. If you're lucky enough to get someone who even understands what is going on in the first place. Well, I mean, you would hope that the people that actually work at DE knows what the heck they're doing, or at least um, they understand the problems, and they can try to address said problems. So it's not them being malicious. I'm perfectly understandable about that. Um, uh, but at the same time, I don't think that is like fully negligent either. Okay, because let's put it this way. Okay, um, when you are when you're making a game, when you're making when you're creating like Warframe and stuff like that, right? You only have so many people on your staff to kind of get things done, right? And let's say um, you're trying to get um, let's say okay, let's put it in terms of a TV series, right? Brand new show, someone wants to have this kind of plot for the most part. They want to like have maybe they want to have a start and an end to this TV series, right? They want to have like an overarching plot line for it, and they're thinking, oh, I can definitely push this to like maybe about 5 seasons or something like that if we're really good about it, right? But you get through like one season, and then you hit like a writer's block, right? And you're not quite sure where you want to kind of take it, right? What's the next step? Where do you want to kind of go from there? You know, you're not quite sure how to kind of get past that kind of block without like ruining everything that you've built so far, right? Without making it completely, like you're creating like plot holes and twists and turns that don't even make any kind of sense in your story, and you don't really want that to happen, right? And if you're kind of trying to write a story, right? Same kind of process when it comes to music, right? You don't really want to reuse, what you created in the past. I mean, unless you're trying to um, build off of it. Like how John Williams he you know for Star Wars, right? Um, he did 4, 5, and 6. Wrote those. He put themes in for Luke, Leia. Yoda, Darth Vader, Imperial theme, so on and so forth, right? And then when he was tasked for one, two, and three, he put little hints of that into the music for one, two, and three. He put in the Imperial March as little undertones for the music for Darth Vader, for example, for Anakin, right? Um, so there's ways to kind of try to get around it, but if you're at a point where you're like, I'm completely blocked um, by what to do, and that can affect any kind of artist, right? You know, just art, writing, music, um, sculpting. Everybody has, potentially has that little roadblock or writer's block, in a sense, that they might not be able to kind of get past. So it might be that they were, it could be. I'm just speculating here, folks. I don't know. I don't have any kind of behind the scenes going on with Digital Extremes about this, so I don't really know. Could it be that their musicians in Digital Extremes are kind of hitting a roadblock right at this moment in time? They weren't quite sure how they wanted to approach Warframe 1999, and so they decided, hey, maybe we'll just bring in some music from outside. I mean, you know, it makes sense to me. If that might be the reason. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I have no means or information to say one way or another. Okay, so don't take it with a grain of salt. Okay, I'm not gonna say that's exactly what happened. No, no. I don't know. Okay. Um, maybe they just like that song so much that they really wanted to include it into Warframe 1999. It could have been just that simple. One of the people that worked in the audio section just loved that song so much, and they felt that it, fit the style of Warframe 1999 and wanted to include it in. And then they started the process of trying to get that song. Who knows, right? Um, so, um, the, the problem that I have with this is that, I don't know if they're going to be doing it again, or if they're going to continue doing it, if they're going to fill up Warframe 1999 with copyrighted songs, if they're going to be going, hey, let's go, that was a huge success. Let's go ahead and add some more. Let's check in with some other bands that are out there that, might be interested in, giving us their music or something along those lines. Let's get some more licenses out there um, to play this during other scenes or even in the background in some of the gameplay. That could happen. And suddenly 19, Warframe 1999 could be a landmine of copyright claims, much like GTA 5 is. And that would basically, um, as content creators, we would basically be at the mercy of UMG at that point. We would have to edit down our videos to basically cut out pretty much all the music, cut out those scenes in the cutscenes because we can't play that music or something along those lines. We would have to try to mute said music. We would have to mute all the music. If it gets to be like, for example, in GTA 5, you get into any car whatsoever in GTA 5, the radio will start playing. Okay, you can go to the settings and you can say no radio. You can turn off the radio in the settings, but it doesn't matter. their settings their settings does shit all in terms of GTA, because you get into another car and, well, guess what? There's the radio playing again. So that's why it's very concerning to me along those lines. When I played GTA 5 on this channel, which I believe it, I still have the playlists for GTA 5 still available for everybody. Hold on, let me verify that real quick. I don't think I put it behind the paywall, or I don't think I put it on Patreon only. Let me verify real quick. Obviously there was a couple that got hit with copyright claims, and there wasn't anything that I could do about that. Um, there it is. Um, yeah, no, it's public. So, why don't you join their official Discord and ask there, or ask on Reddit? They address those places more often. I mean, I sent them a Twitter, with @ signs to their to Digital Extremes and to Warframe directly. Um, that was a Twitter post. I put on their feedback on their forums, asking about the copyright, and it got moved down to players helping players. Um, which, again, I did not like authorize that move or anything along those lines. That wasn't something that I was like going, hey, this is, I'm okay with this. No, I wanted something official from them, but they said, hey, we're gonna move this down to players helping players, which does me no good. What can a player help me out with a copyright claim? They can't. So it's like, you're not answering my questions there, DE. So, um, I haven't um I haven't gone to the Discord or anything along those lines. Um, I'm just what I'm hoping for right at this moment in time, Vinny, is that I know that I don't have large of a voice out there in the community. I'm just hoping that others can maybe pick up my voice and boost it in some way. Take my questions themselves and just reword it, themselves. Just kind of, if I'm the pebble that starts that avalanche to get some answers from Digital Extremes on it, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being that pebble. But I hope that it turns into that kind of avalanche, you know, because I feel like, if we don't turn it into something along those lines, then, um, you know, um, will Digital Extremes really hear us? They're not hearing me right at this moment in time. They've officially actively ignored my um, my Twitter post, my forum post. They've actively waved it away, or at least they never addressed the Twitter post, which, again, they might be like getting hit with notifications constantly. So again, my voice isn't that large for them to hear. That could happen. It's quite possible. Um, but I mean, that the forum post hurt the most, in my opinion, because I was trying to actively ask the people in the feedback for Whisper in the Walls, is there going to be additional songs being added for Warframe 1999 concern, that might raise up additional copyright claims? And it got moved to players versus players. and I felt that that really hurt the most. Um, so I haven't gone to their Discord or anything along those lines. I mean, I could, but at the same time, I don't know how to really approach it um, without people bringing out pitchforks and stuff like that and trying to torch me. Um, you know, I just had a really bad experience one time with going onto a forum, posting just a random idea on about Star Wars, and I got so many like hatred posts after that one thing that I was like going, ooh, I really don't like, you know, I really don't like that feeling. Obviously, I don't like the idea of everybody looking down on me with like disdain, with hatred and stuff like that. Um, there wasn't a single person that even wanted to try to defend me at that particular moment in time. And, you know, um, I know, I'm trying to do this in terms of like trying to help out all content creators on for YouTube, for Twitch, anybody that's trying to do any kind of Warframe content. I'm trying to do it for everybody in this particular case, right? You know, I'm not getting any kind of ad revenue right at this moment in time, so it doesn't really matter technically right now, but for me. But I'm worried about others, people that are getting ad revenue right now. What happens if Warframe 1999 turns out to be, copyrighted music, copyrighted music, copyrighted music, copyrighted, all over the place, and so they're just lambasted with copyright claims all over the place. It will be a editor's nightmare, along those lines, and so. Um, So I'm just trying to get something official from DE about it, but you know, I, I'm just one voice. So, I'm just hoping that my pebble can turn into something larger. Maybe it might reach some other content creator that looks at my questions and goes, you know what? He's right. What is DE's plan moving forward with these copyrighted songs? You know, I would love to get something along those lines. Okay. They don't have to reply back to me. It doesn't matter if if they don't reply back to me, it doesn't matter. I just want to reply, to everybody. They can reply back to, um, I don't know. There's some very really large content creators like Brovine or something like that, that have like huge followings. If they pick up that flag and they take it to DE and say, "Hey guys, this is, we're seeing more and more questions about, copyrighted music here. What are you going to do about it?" Then I'm fine with that. You know, so I just, um, you know, I don't have to be the person that has like all the praise or anything along those lines. I don't care about that. Okay. I'm I care about people getting hit with copyright claims on Warframe when Warframe itself has said that they are opposed to copyright claims themselves. It's like, well, if they're opposed to copyright claims, then including copyrighted songs is kind of going against that. So that's why I'm worried about it. So, you know, that's all. That's what I'm kind of worried about. So, okay. I think that was enough of discussion about that again. We'll go ahead and kind of move on over to play some Warframe now. Um, I mean, if you feel like I should try to post this on their official Discord, then I can try. But I don't know. As soon as I post that video, I'm feeling like I'm gonna get the exact same kind of treatment. Like they're going to either delete the video because again, I don't know where I would even start to consider placing it. I wouldn't know where to even begin on that on their official Discord. Like, where can I place my video in their official Discord where their devs, their audio technicians will see it and address it, you know, without it being deleted or moved or whatnot. I don't know, and that's why it's. Um, I mean, I can be an ass. I could try to be an asshole about it. I could just keep on going to their official Discord and just posting the video over and over and over again until I get an answer. Um, that's gonna definitely generate a lot of hate towards me though, and you know, um, and I don't really want that to happen either. So, you know, so I don't want to be a dick about it, but at the same time, I feel like the community needs answers on it, and they haven't addressed it yet. And I hope that they will address it. So, but so far it feels like it's just falling on deaf ears on their end. And I mean, I'm a small voice, so I can't, you know, I could try to bring out a megaphone and go, "Hey, D, wake up! We got concerns." I could try to do that, but I mean, um, it's again, that might just kind of piss them off. So, um, you know, I don't really want to be a bad guy this in this case. I just want to. I just want answers. That's all. I don't want to be ignored. You know, I just want to see a post about like, hey, we hear you. We understand your concerns about copyright claims. These are the steps that we're going to be doing moving forward about, you know, future expansions. That's it. That's all that I would be looking forward to. That's it. You know. So, some like official press release or something along those lines about the addressing of additional copyright claims. That's it. So, yeah, whether or not it happens tomorrow or months from now, who knows? Okay. It might be months from now. It might never happen. I don't know. But it would be nice if they do address those concerns at some point. Otherwise, I'm a little worried about future content for Warframe. That's all. You know, that the worries might be unjustified. I'll admit that right now as well. Okay. They might never have any additional copyrighted music from here moving forward at all. They might have thought, hey, we tried to license out this music. It costs too much based off of, how much we paid for the license versus how much we got in return. So they may never do it again. Who's to say? Okay. I don't know. I don't have any information about their business dealings or anything along those lines. I don't really know. Um, but it's just, you know, It's just a concern that I would just love to see an answer for. That's all. All right. Let's go ahead and close this down. We'll go ahead and move on over to um, playing some Warframe now. Um, so give me a minute. I'm going to switch on over to the Warframe scene collection. We're going to put it on the start screen. We're going to start up recording, and we'll get into seeing whether or not I can replay Whisper in the Walls with creator mode on, just to verify whether or not creator mode can actually block the song, which again, I highly doubt, by the way. But I didn't have it on when I played it last time, so we'll see if it works or not. Again, I kind of doubt it. I'll probably get hit with another copyright claim. It is what it is. So, give me a minute or two. We're gonna switch. We're gonna transition over to that scene collection to Warframe, and we'll get the next video started here in just a minute or two. So stay right there. I shall return. Okay, let's go ahead and get started, everybody. Welcome back to another video, another stream for Warframe. I'm your host, Strange Jim, and today we're gonna be kind of seeing, or first off, we're gonna see whether or not I can replay. Um, we're gonna see if I can replay Whisper in the Walls with creator mode on. Okay, so um, one of the comments from my video addressing what DE is going to be doing concerning copyright claims, one of the questions was, um, did you have creator mode on? Well, the problem was that, this was off, you know, during um, during my last playthrough of Whisper in the Walls. Okay, I had it, and um, um, the when I played Whisper in the Walls on Warframe, I didn't have it active, so therefore, I saw everything without any kind of like hiding of information or common spoilers, right? Um, but um, it's of my opinion that the copyrighted song, it does not fall under that category of being needing to be hidden under the creator mode. Now, they might have done it. They might have had the insight to kind of put copyrighted songs behind creator mode. I don't know what would happen during the actual cinematic that they would be playing for the creator mode. Maybe they will just completely remove said cinematic from being played, which again, I don't really think that's the case either. Um, because I mean, let's face it, they pretty much play all the cinematics no matter what, right? Um, or at least, in my opinion, they've played all the cinematics without, change or whatnot in the past. But they never had a copyrighted song in the first place on this. So what we're gonna try to do, if we can, is we're gonna see whether or not I can actually get into Whisper in the Walls again. Oh, it is a story-based quest. Yeah, no. It is unplayable right at this moment in time. So we cannot replay it at this juncture. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Um, so yeah, matter of fact, let me go to that particular comment and let them know that, as much as I'd like to revisit it, I cannot. So, um, just checked on whether I could replay the quest right now during stream. It was not allowing a replay. So there is um, there's no current potential on checking other career mode can block the song. Would recommend if you see a streamer about to play the quest, ask them whether creator mode is on and see if you can hear the music. Uh, um, I'll double check when they allow a replay, but for right now, there is nothing more I can do. Checking. Okay. So I hope that they kind of appreciate that. So Okay, so yeah, nothing I can do concerning Whispers in the Walls right at this moment in time. They do not allow for any kind of replay at this time to handle this, so or to check to see whether or not the creator mode can block the song. Again, I highly doubt it, but I don't know. I can't. I can't confirm one way or another. You know, I don't have a definitive answer along those lines. Okay. Um, maybe creator mode does block the song. Again, I highly doubt it, but maybe it does. I don't know. Um, you know, it just feels odd that like I've seen other content creators, that play Warframe as well. They're also getting hit with copyright claims on it. So are they also getting, do they also have creator mode enabled or not? Maybe ask them, you know. Um, but I don't know. There's nothing more that I can really do along those lines for right now. Until they allow for Whisper in the Walls to be replayable, there's nothing I can do. Um, so I'm just gonna have to hold to to the ideal that um, creator mode would most likely not block a song. Um, especially something that isn't um, um, that isn't spoilers. Into the Void isn't spoilers, so why would it really fall into that particular creator mode category? Typically, right? One would imagine. I mean, and at the same time, like Warframe has no, you know, Warframe might not have even realized the fact that um, by putting that song in, they were potentially giving the the possibility of having UMG copyright claim that particular gameplay. I don't know. One would think that they should have known by now. I mean, let's face it. Copyright, or content creators on YouTube have been really, really painstakingly obvious that they cannot be playing music too often, or they will be getting hit with copyright claims like often, right? Right. So believe me, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that is like, stop that music. Um, so, um, so believe me, it's one of those things where it's like, some people don't really care. Some people they get like subscriptions, memberships, and they get donations and stuff like that. So, they're typically good. They have a good fan base that, or they have a fan base that likes to donate to them. Okay, whether it's subscriptions, memberships, donations, whatever, what have you, right? Um, so they probably don't even care about ad revenue at all, and so they don't really care about whether or not a video gets copyright claimed or not, and then that's their prerogative, you know. And as it stands right at this moment in time, I don't get any ad revenue either because I don't have enough subscribers. So again, it doesn't necessarily affect me either technically. Although once I do hit that milestone of 1,000 subscribers, then my videos do become um, monetizable, and I have the potential of getting ad revenue for these videos. And well, if one video gets hit with a single copyright claim from one small little portion of music, then well, that 4 hours of gameplay is completely null and void in terms of ad revenue. So, and that's why it's such a risky endeavor. you know. Um, You know, I don't really want that to, be a problem, for myself or for anybody else. So, okay. Well, because we're pretty much, we can't do anything about that. We can't do anything about whispering the walls. And I haven't seen Roblox yet for them to ask about their question, so I can't really, I don't know what they wanted to ask me about. Hopefully they will return to me and ask, what their question is. Well, hopefully they remember what their question is to ask me. Um, in the meantime, we're going to work on, trying to get some. We'll see about trying to work on um, Aya, so that I can get, so that I can purchase some relics um, for Blackheart's, and he's currently in a kind of a pickle right at this moment in time. It is too hot down where he's living right at this moment in time, to hop online and work on getting Aya himself. So I'm gonna do it for him, or at least that's the plan. So if you guys want to join me, you're welcome to. I don't really mind that too much at all. If you want to join, let me know. Um, would love the company. Um, but obviously he's in a little bit of a difficult position right at this moment in time because, like, some of these um, places where you need to go in order to get um, um, the um, parts and stuff like that, like the Narmer bounties, the Zarman bounties and stuff like that, that pushes his computer to extreme levels that he cannot do right at this moment in time. Um, and until such a time where he can make some money so that he can, purchase a new computer for himself, which, let's face it, where he's located at is not, you know, not an ideal location. Um, you know, um, that's a difficult problem for him right at this time. Um, so we're gonna try to do what we can to help him out, you know, um, with getting some Aya so that he can just go ahead and um, purchase the relics that he needs. So, because I already have the relics that I'm looking for right at this moment in time, I just want to give him as much as I possibly can. So, okay. First things first. I want to try to get through a lot of um, there's um, one night wave that is basically saying, "Hey, I need you to um, I need you to um, do like 15 missions or so." So we're gonna go ahead and bring Titania Prime with just a melee weapon right at this moment in time, so that we can just quickly do um, the 15 missions here. The melee weapon. Um, hmm, And we'll have to display a Spectre, but we can wait on that for right now. We can maybe do that um during like the Aya bounty session. Now, obviously, the 1,500 enemies that will come with time, so that's not that big of a deal. So, sell any item in your inventory for credits. Okay, well, I mean, I have plenty of items that like like the Haro chassis blueprint. I can just select that one, sell that off, and bam, there we go. So. So that's a fairly easy one to do. So, you might be able to do that with mods as well, I would imagine. So, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the void here. We're gonna go to Unco. Um, we're gonna set it for friends only, and let's do this detonation mode because I mean I don't really care about killing a whole lot of enemies right at this moment in time, so.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them. Target located. Bring them in. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
There you go. So I completed a mission with only melee weapon equipped. Completed the mission with completed a mission so that we had we're kind of working on towards our 15. So now we're gonna go ahead and exit. We're not gonna repeat right at this moment in time because I want to go back and get weapons that I want to kind of grind for some levels. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be doing too much in terms of, um, you know, getting levels per se, or work. I'm not going to be getting a lot of experience points for them, but I'd rather, you know, allow for them to get, something, anything, than just, nothing at all, right? So. Let's see. Doesn't look like I have any melee weapons that need to be leveled up right at this moment in time, so I'll go ahead and keep with the Shishimaru right at this moment in time. Let's see, hold on, let's see, do I have any melee weapons that can be pulled out or be built right at this moment? We need more munition masses, don't have any there. Don't have enough there. Don't have any of the parts there. Don't have, doesn't matter there. I need more Atmos systems there. Don't have all the parts there. Need more fish there. I need more Orcan cells. Or both. Don't have all the parts there. Need a lot more ingredients there. Same for that. Missing the handle there, and I'm just missing one more broken war. If I can get one more broken war together, then that would be awesome. But obviously, I need another war field for that. So yeah, okay. So don't have any melee weapons to really pull out right at this point. Let's see. Where do we stand? Let's pull out the XLS Warframe adapter. Let's pull out a Forma. And we'll build another Forma. Let's pull out the Munition Mass. I mean, I have a lot of blueprints. The problem is that the fact that it's 12 hours long is irritating, but not much I can really do about it. Really wish it wasn't 12 hours long, but which reminds me, where do we stand on other innovations right at this moment in time? Field run, working. What the heck is that? Oh, look at that choice. Do you want an Orkin Catalyst blueprint or do you want an Orkin Catalyst blueprint? What? Huh, jeez. I wonder which one I should pick. Huh. Oh. Coordinates and field run and detonite injector. Once again, there's no fusion mass. Warframe, get your act together. Give us more, bring out an invasion every single time the mutagen mass invasion is gone with a mutagen mass. How hard is that? Oh well. That's another thing that got ignored. I asked them about why there was so few mutagen masses in invasions nowadays, and that also got ignored. That got shoved down to players helping players as well. So okay, we're going to go through this for like the 15 missions because this is this can be fairly quick. So
mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
so I'm gonna try to complete the 10 missions because these missions are fairly quick. So we'll just go through these, collect a whole bunch of relics, and we will we'll then move on to getting Aya. So again, if anybody wants to join me, you're welcome to do so. I don't mind if you want to join me on this. I would welcome the company.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
There you go. Oh, wrong way. Ah, damn it. Keep on missing. Kept on running into walls. Got a little bit of slower exit that time. Oh well. Alright. Okay, here we go.
You must find, capture, and extract
Time to fly.
target located. Bring them in. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive
Okay.
back at base. Your
Over
part
here.
is done here, Tenno.
There we go. I mean, if I get an IA2 out of this mission as well, that would be nice. But, like I've kind of mentioned in the past, I did, I did the comparison between, running these missions, running the capture missions, and, you get done in like, 45 seconds, right? Plus load times and all that kind of jazz. You compare that to the bounties, and bounties went out.
Find them and capture
At least, it's been my experience that, uh, the
target
the
located. Bring them in.
it's been my experience that the bounties give you a lot more IA,
Excellent work.
um,
Interrogate the captive
that,
back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
the IA that you get here is a lot less than what you would get from just doing regular bounties. Or, the more, you know, the tougher bounties, like on Deimos and Fortuna and stuff like that. You go for the ones that have a few rewards, so you have a higher chance of getting the Aya, compared to something else in the list. You know,
We received
I
intel
basically
that
put
something vital
like,
to ending
the
operations
time
is here.
frame,
Find them and
with
capture them.
um,
Target located.
you
Bring
know,
them in.
um, um,
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
yep, there's one Aya. Like I would get like, sometimes like 3 Aya in like, potentially like 15 minutes of doing a bounty, where, like 30 minutes I would get like 1 Aya or something like that through these missions. So it's like, it didn't really compare. So the drop chances for all the relics that you would find in Unco, for
We
example,
received
just
intel
would
that
not,
somebody vital to ending
um,
operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Wait, where are they? Waypoint kind of shifted on me for a second.
Target located. Bring them in. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
All right. Oh, damn it. Ah, fuck. Fly, damn it. Fly. There we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Second eye. I'm shocked. Normally you don't get so many ayahs in this. We'll do 5 more missions and then we'll switch on over to the bounties. So.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Oh. Ah, fuck. Messed up there.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
All right. There we go. All the while, you know, collecting some more kills, you know, for the other mission. So it's not a lot, believe me. It's not a lot, but you know, every little bit helps. You know, I can always switch on over to Mesa and kill everything that I really need to if necessary. You know, go to a survival mission, infested, and you know, that's all the kills that I really need. You know, so it's not hard.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
We will bring honor to the Tenno.
Don't really like that halt. Slows me down a lot.
Target located. Bring them in. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
There we go. Fly, fly, you fools! Indeed, there, Gandalf. Indeed. Hey there, MJ. How you doing? Damn, Titanium Prime looks good. Yeah, yeah. She's always a good one to have. You know, Titanium Prime is really a nice one to have for these capture missions. So.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Transference signal strong. We're ready for battle.
Target located. Bring them in. escort it to the extraction point. Well done.
Nope. Oh, oh. And that way, that way. Through everything. Oh. Okay. Doing well. Storm hasn't really hit yet, but storm. Okay. News to me about that, but then again, I haven't really been paying too much attention to local news either, so. I was doing Sanctuary and saw Mirage Prime was killing everything. Why isn't it considered one OP1 every time something appeared? She'd kill its mad OP. I mean, yeah, she's also one that is also, you know, really good to go. So, 3 drops of rain on the windshield, unfortunately. Split more than 3 drops of iced tea. You know, uh, inconvenient timing. Unfortunate. Um, yeah, I don't really use Mirage all that often. Myself. Um, let's see. Do I even have Mirage in my inventory right at this moment in time? No, I do not. I know, or I know that I have Mirage Farm, right? I'm pretty sure that I do. Yeah, there she is. I just haven't. I don't have the. I don't have the loadout slots right at this moment in time to load her up um into my arsenal right at this time. So. But yeah. See chat, bro Jim doesn't sympathize with me. Just chuckles. Aw, poor MJ. He's feeling mistreated by me. Aw, should we give him a pity party? I mean, he got 3 drops of his cold iced tea on his arm. I mean, I mean, really, everybody should feel so much pity for him for losing so much iced tea on his arm. I mean, oh gosh, what is a man to do, right? I mean, MJ, you're just gonna have to, just take your arm and just try to drink up that iced tea as quickly as you can, there, man. Because, I mean, uh, otherwise it's just gonna soak into your arm, and I mean, what are you gonna do, man? You know. Not quite sure what you're saying there, Roblox. What do I consider one Warframe? What do you mean? What do I consider one Warframe? Not the T. Oh yeah, and indeed the Roblox. Indeed. Such a loss. Such a loss.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Now MK's just gonna go. Huh, I'm gonna leave. How dare you? How dare you mock my loss of the 3 drops of tea? How dare you? Huh. Huh. See if I ever come back to your stream ever again. Is that what you're doing there, MJ? Am I recreating it well enough for you? Let me know if I am or not. Or if there's something that you might change a little bit about it. Let me know. Like the best Warframe in your opinion. I mean, the problem Roblox is that every Warframe has their best uses, depending on where you go with it. Like, for example, nothing really beats Titania when I want to do the capture missions on Unco. Um, you might be able to do pretty well with Wukong, maybe, or maybe with Gauze, maybe, but typically, hands down, I find Titania is the best one to kind of get through that particular mission. Okay. Um, Now, is she like a fantastic Warframe altogether? I mean, she's not bad, but she's she wouldn't necessarily be like the best one out of everything. Um, I wouldn't necessarily take Wukong in spy missions. Although you can use Wukong a little bit in spy missions, he's not the best. The best, in my opinion, for spy missions would be Avara. Avara, hands down, is considered like one of the best for spy missions. Okay. If you want, if you are trying to get like a lot of kills, Mesa, hands down. You know, she's like one of the best. She's like one of the best killers of everything on the map for the most part. Is she like the best? You know, I've heard people like, there's like one Warframe where you just like go clap clap everything's dead or something along those lines, but you really have to build that one up, and I forget exactly which Warframe did that. Was it Nova? Oh, I'm not really sure. Crazy like to, talk about that particular Warframe a lot, but I can never remember their particular name. Maybe it's Mirage. I don't know. But bear in mind that you can swap abilities out as well. Um, so I mean, every last Warframe has like some of the best has some potentially good uses overall. But um, what does Revenant work for? Well, last I knew, Revenant was more for um, like DPS damage and stuff like that. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can pull out Revenant here. Yeah, there's Revenant. Okay, so um, Revenant's fourth ability is pretty much regarded as like one of the main abilities that you just want to continuously use. The Dance Macabre. Okay. And, you use him to just basically clear out the room. Okay. Is he the best in terms of killing everything, in the mission? No. But he's not bad, you know. He's not the worst at it either, you know. The problem with the the Dance Macabre though is the fact that um, it's horizontal. So if you have anything, attacking you from above or below, it doesn't help in that regard. So you have to kind of bear that in mind. It has to be all pretty much on the same level overall, otherwise your attacks won't hit anybody. Okay, so that's one of the limitations that Dance Macabre has when it comes to Revenant Prime. So, um, so that's the reason why it's like I don't really, I may use him on occasion, but for the most part, I can do. I feel like I can do more with Mesa Prime, But then again, someone else might be perfectly happy with Revenant Prime as well. Okay, it's you know um that's the reason why I tend to recommend that you test out the non-prime Warframes and see what you love. Okay? See if there's a Warframe that you absolutely love playing the game with. Okay? You know, my best Warframe might not you might not like what I might suggest. That's the thing, the Roblox. Um, it might not necessarily fit you with your particular playstyle. So, so sure, I could say like, hey, this one's good, this one's good, this one's good. But at the end of the day, it all depends on what you're comfortable with using. Okay? Like, you might be fantastic as a Revenant Prime. You might absolutely love Revenant Prime. You might like go, hey, I use Revenant, Revenant Prime is my main, and there's nothing wrong with it. You're gonna have a lot of people that are kind of gonna back you up on it. Okay, you're gonna have a lot of people that say, Wukong Prime is my main, Mesa Prime is my main, Rhino Prime is my main. Like I said, it's all based off of your play style overall. You know, Revenant Prime is a good damage dealer overall. If you want a good support, Octavia Prime, is a good one to kind of do if you're more like a support. Octavia Prime might be a really good one for you to kind of go with. Um, Oberon Prime is. Eh, he used to be considered one of the best healers, but nowadays you kind of have Wisp Prime, which kind of also heals you quite a bit as well. So Oberon's kind of falling off on that per se. Limbo's like typically regarded as like one of the best Warframes that you can get if you want to just avoid battle altogether. He just goes into another dimension and nothing can hit him, whatsoever. Um, the problem is that he's still detectable. So even if you were to go to another dimension, he's not the best when it comes to spy missions because he can still be spotted by cameras. So that's why, while he might be great in terms of like, hey, I just want to, avoid any kind of damage to me whatsoever, he's also not necessarily the best when it comes to like spy missions because people can still see him. So, um, so Octavia's Prime is a great support. Revenant Prime is a good damage dealer. Core Prime is one of those um, I don't have her in my list, do I? Oh, no, there she is. Core Prime is typically one of those that is regarded as a resource gatherer. Okay. Core Prime, Necros Prime, Hydros Prime, they are all really good in terms of getting additional resources from the enemies. Notice there on the bottom there, the Pilfer and Strangledome, drop chance 65%. So typically, if you want to get some additional resources, like say, hey, you need some more Organ cells or something like that, then Strangledome is typically regarded as, one of those that can really help you out with that. So, um, everyone tells me it's the same thing. It depends on your playstyle, but how do I figure out the playstyle? I have no, I don't know. I mean, so, um, so the problem is that, um, you know, as you build up your, your Warframes and stuff like that, you want to, check out every single last, one of the Warframes and try them out. You want to see, um, like, um, you want to like pull, you pull out Banshee, for example, and you're like going, hey, Banshee's Soundquake is fantastic. She wrecks everything in a particular area, and she does, tons of damage and stuff like that. That might be your particular play style. The problem is that um, you might be trying to jump into the primes a little too early. Okay, you know, get the non-primes. Work on trying to get your non-primes um, and try them out. Play them for a while. See if you like their play style. Try to build them up into something that might like look at some of the way that people build those warframes. There's mod builds out there, on the internet that you can look at to see how people structure, um, like what their opinion is the best way to kind of play, um, you know, play a particular warframe. And you just kind of start looking at like which one works for you. Um, you know, uh, you know, I'm not gonna, I'm sorry, I can't tell you Roblox, hey, you're gonna absolutely love Wukong Prime. And, if, you know, uh, I mean, what happens if I say, hey, you want Wukong Prime, because it's one of the best Warframes out there. A lot of people might agree with me. Some people might actually hate Wukong. Okay, so um, it's based off the player. Okay, if you absolutely love Wukong, then play Wukong. Um, it's um, you know, like like I said, my friend, he absolutely loves Rhino. You know, because the Iron Skin is, pretty much nonstop best thing that you can have for Rhino. He is the quintessential tank. My friend absolutely loves him and stuff like that. And, you know, but my problem was that he didn't have any like great attacks for him. The most that he had was Rhino Charge, which you go zooming off and good luck. Hopefully you aimed it properly. Otherwise, you're pretty much screwed on that. Or you have Rhino Stomp, which is a small area. So Rhino Stomp is still really good. It's a good, offensive ability in a sense because it basically stops everybody in your surrounding area in their tracks so that you can basically shoot them, cut them, whatever. But outright kill them, not really. So, um, as in, for now though, I'm gonna have to decline your sanctuary right at this moment in time, there, my friend. So, I want to kind of focus on trying to get some Aya today. So, um, I mean, if you want to join me in getting some Aya, you're welcome to. But I don't. If you're kind of looking more for Sanctuary, then I'm probably gonna have to decline for now. If you're okay with that, I want to try to help out my friend Blackheart a little bit. Like I said, you're welcome to join me. If you want to join me on getting some Aya, you know, um, you know, then you're welcome to do that. Um, but for right now, I don't really have like Sanctuary Onslaught is great for when you want to level up your your warframes, weapons, and all that to the max as quickly as you can. I'm not really interested in doing that right at this moment in time, so that's not necessarily my main focus. So
You are here on a
I
capture
mean, if
mission.
you need my help with the sanctuary, then let me know, but um but I suspect that you don't really have any like problems with the sanctuary. You just, you know, you might want some, you know, friends to join. So,
Mission complete. A captive has been escorted to the extraction
oh,
point.
wrong way.
Well done.
Okay. Last mission, and then we'll go into bounties.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Let's go on the offensive.
That's the reason why I don't
Capture them
like,
quickly
you know,
before they
some
escape.
people will just have like one warframe and their loadout and that's it, you
Excellent
know.
work. We'll interrogate
I
the
don't
captive
really
back at
like
base.
that
Your part is done here.
mentality. You know, I like to have all of my warframes available so that I can, you know, just kind of pick and choose when I want, you know. Like, hey, I have like one particular mission that I want to go on, so, you know, especially if it's like something like spy or something like that. Why would I want to bring like, you know, one particular warframe into that? So that's all,
Things seem tough.
you know.
Nora knows, but believe
Oh,
me,
got another Aya. My gosh.
there are people working to make this system a better place.
I've been really lucky on getting Aya and Unko. That's quite surprising, to be honest. Did they turn up the drop chances for Aya at Unko? Hmm. Seems a little odd. Seems a little suspect.
Shall we?
Okay, so we still have to kill, you know, 1,500 enemies, which, I mean, I still have a lot of bounties to go through, so that's not that big of a deal. And we can deploy a Spectre on one of those bounties to take care of that, so... Um, 3 rare silverfish. I mean, I do need to capture some fish on Orvalis. Hmm.
Later.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring out Wukong again. Let's see. Go ahead and bring out the Hema. We have the Piranha. We have the... We're gonna grab our Shushumaru. There we go. Everything else looks fine. Oh, wait. Nugget, you are going to be changed out for one of the other modes right at this moment in time. Let's make sure that we
Well put
have...
together, operator. Now get out there and
Cut down
Right.
the...
Okay. So we need linked vitality. Oh, okay. Well, don't have the right polarity for that apparently. Armed animal instinct. Vacuum. And go Medi-Ray. There we go. That will do. Now, ideally, it'd be nice if I could have the, linked vitality in with a prime pack later, but obviously that will have to wait for later. So, let's see. I don't think there's any additional companion weapons for me to really use, so I'm gonna put a sweeper prime on him right at this point, right at this moment. And yeah, that's about as much as we could do there.
Ordis
So yeah.
keeps a tidy ship, and is therefore reluctant to allow animals
Oh yeah.
on board. In Ordis's experience, animals do not eat so much as reload.
I'm kinda curious. It feels as though they just, with the fact that I got 3 Aya, you know, on Unko, it feels as though they recently like increased the drop chance on Unko. At least it feels that way. I don't know if that's really true or not. Um, okay, it used to be 8.3 on the capture. 8.3% in terms of capture on Unko. Um, hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm not seeing any changes overall in terms of the drop chances, or at least in terms of hot fixes, that they're mentioning right at this moment in time. Um, no, matter of fact, according to this, it actually lowered. They're saying that is a 6.6% chance for I at Unco. So, interesting. I wonder if that's, and if they did change it, then it must be like really, really recent. But you know, normally the wiki is pretty up to date for the most part. So, what Warframe you use for high-level enemy, like really hard missions? Um, let's see. Wukong's a good one. Mesa Prime's a good one. Rhino Prime is a good one. Limbo, if I just want to ignore all the damage. I just want to get to like the objective done or something like that, like, hey, I want to just capture this guy, I could just use limbo and take care of it without too much problems. Um, um, you know, um, you know, also might depend, like, could go with Vauban if I'm trying to do a defense mission. If it's spy mission, Vara hands down. Um, you know, like I said, it all depends on the mission, no matter what, you know. So, like, there's no one Warframe that is like the best Warframe ever. Like, it handles all the missions perfectly fine without any. If that's what you're thinking, like there's one Warframe that can do it all. No, there isn't. I'm sorry to say, but there is no Warframe that can do every single last mission with perfect precision. You know, there's just some Warframes that handle other missions better than others can. So, like, I would never, for example, I would never really take Avara for an exterminate mission. She has no utility in an exterminate mission. So, or at least, from my experience. You might get away with Limbo on an exterminate mission, but more often than not, it's not really that useful. I'd probably be using more Mesa, Wukong. You could use um, what's his name? Revenant. You know, um, like I said, it all depends on the mission, man. It all depends on the mission. So, okay. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Saren's good. Yep. She's one of those that if you build her really well, she will kill like the entire all the enemy. She's one of those deadly um, warframes. She will pretty much kill everything in the map just herself. For a while at least. Obviously there will come a point where you're going to be facing harder and harder enemies to the point where her abilities might not work as well, but she's typically regarded as one that will pretty much clear the map if you work with her abilities right. So, you know, definitely, check out her builds to kind of help you out with that. But okay, I'm going to switch to friends only. We are going to try to do a little bit of fishing. And see if we can get ourselves some rare fish. Can't Revenant do that? Because I heard Revenant can kill anything. Well, okay. Revenant can only kill in a certain area. Okay, up to a certain area. He can't clear like an entire map full. Okay, his dance will only cover so much. So oh wait, missed it. Well, then maybe his meta's changed since the last time I was really, and then, I haven't really played Revenant all that much personally, so I don't really have too much I can say about the meta on him. So I mean, if he's, if what you're saying is true, then yeah, I mean, like, you know, okay. Oh, come on, that was right there. There we go. Really good for spy missions? I don't know about that. Last I knew, Revenant has no means of, being undetectable. So I don't think, I think they are pretty much, fooling you if you're listening to that. Now you might be able to try to, work it so that, maybe he can be. To my knowledge, I don't think you can transfer Vara's prowl ability though. So if I'm not mistaken, her ability is a little too OP to be able to be placed on someone else. So. Okay, let's see. No. No. Yeah, I don't have very many left of those. And I guess we can just try to throw that one out there. Oh, there we go. Char mode. There we go.
If it's useful, do it.
I'm gonna wait for the bait to go away before I leave here, though. Alright. Hello. There we are. Oh, come on. Oh, blast you. Come here. Thank you. There we go. Of course, I am using a Warframe that isn't exactly best at fishing, but you know, he's okay. I mean, he's about as good as anybody else. So, you know, if you want a Warframe that's good for fishing, get Volt. Because, you know, sometimes when you throw your spear, you know, it might not necessarily hook them, you know, per se. Because in a sense, you're doing damage to them. You know, when you throw the spear, see that little blue bar right above them? So if you don't damage them completely, you don't actually hook them, right? So one of the things that you know you can do as Volt is you can kind of like move back and forth, and you basically add like a little bit more damage to your fishing pole, so that you can actually hook, you know, your fish a little bit more, a little bit better. You know, guarantee that hook versus, you know, having to throw it like twice. So, you know, it all depends on what your purpose is, what you plan on doing. Okay, the bait's gone, so we're just gonna go ahead and get the heck out of here. Wait. Tempa nodule. Okay, not sure what that's all about, but... There you go. There's someone in the sanctuary with 200k HP of Rhino. I like HP, the armor, yes, indeed. But think of that armor as HP, because the enemy has to cut through that iron skin first before they can actually hit his health. So, in a sense, that's his health. So, yeah, you know. And to think that that is, you know, considered, you know, that might not even be considered like the best armor or the best iron skin either. So,
Get back to work, you muckers.
okay. We got that. Awesome.
Lay 'em low and burn their shadow.
Okay. So now we're gonna go into our bounty mix here.
Does work, if you want it.
just so we can get some Aya. Nah. Let's see, we're not doing Steel Path. We're
Anyone
just
else?
doing this one.
We never talked. Smokefinger believes the corpus have located
Oh, wait.
American relics. Do some research. Find the dig site and salvage them before the taxman can.
I don't know if this is gonna... I just applied the public. I hope it works. Okay, good. I was a little worried that I might, you know, that I might have missed the opportunity on the,
Corpus obelisk reporting first shipments being down. That's your cue, Sparky. Another shipment. Move fast. Take retreat. We've got more coming in. Pick 'em up.
okay.
Got it. Obelisk reports a second beam there. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it.
Okay.
That's one for us.
Okay, there's some more credits.
All right. And I have an idea that might get us closer. A recon party was to contact our agent. They never came back. Find out
Off we go. Whee!
what happened here. Search the body, Sparky. That's not everyone. Survivors must have escaped. Damn it. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails.
Okay, let's see.
Analyze it.
Let's throw Clem out there. Yeah, let's go make sure that he's,
Trank.
come on, damn it.
Do you understand?
There we go.
Password. No. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary, patrol log coordinates, reports. Whatever's a thing. The corpus found them. If they're still alive, the taxman will take any survivors. Here. Here we are. Find any survivors. Get them out. Here come the taxmen.
Okay. Any tips on getting Endo super fast? Okay, so there is what's called as Ayatan treasures. If you heard about Ayatan treasures, you can get Ayatan treasures from Ruse Bazaar. You can just go to Ruse Bazaar, and she will hand, you know, she will give you a mission that you have to kind of go on to get, you know, some, to get an Ayatan treasure. You then take that Ayatan treasure, load it up with the some what's it called? Like ITAN, uh,
Never knew what hit him. Some very relieved families unfortunately.
you basically load up the uh, you load up the ITAN treasure with some of the crystals or the you know um, and that will allow for you to get a lot of it will give you like the most endo ever. The problem is that you are gonna have to it's the Marus Bazaar only happens like I forget if it's like daily or weekly, but it's not. You can't run it every single time. I think it's daily, but I could be wrong. I only did it weekly because I only streamed weekly. So, but I think it's a daily acquisition that you can go for if you wanted to. But ITAN treasures are typically regarded as like one of the best ways of getting endo really quickly. So. But beware, those missions that she sends you on can be a little tough. So, especially if you're not used to it.
Neft's got a coil drive patrolling the valleys. Ambush it and I'll rip the data mass. It'll provide key info on what we're looking for. Sit tight and get ready to move. Once the trap goes off, the taxmen are going to respond. Have it on sensors. Once it hits the trap, get down there. It's down. Now crack the casing and plug me into the data mass.
Okay.
Excavators incoming.
There are you.
We got an excavator offline. It needs a power cell.
What is everybody doing here? B. There we go. Okay. There was like a lot of canisters like just kind of floating about down there. I'm like going, okay guys, what are you doing? You're not doing anything. So I kind of had to step up a little bit to kind of do my own, to help everybody out there. Okay. Hey, there's Samaya. Awesome.
Maybe we hit pay dirt. I've got a rail agent on standby ready to ship these artifacts off-world pronto. Good work, Sparky.
Okay. Keeping the door open so they can just easily run right on through, and there we go. Awesome. Got one eye out of that. 15 minutes. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna leave the squad. And we're gonna do that again.
Don't let Zood's attitude skew ya. She's an odd bird, but she'll kit you with a shooter that'll do you proud.
We'll probably be doing this for a good, like, hour and a half, I would imagine. Just collecting a whole bunch of eye. So, when next week rolls around, you know, I'll be able to kind of go to Blackguard and go, okay, what relics do you want? And then we'll, you know, I'll purchase the relics. We'll, you know, do some trades, you know, just so we can kind of, so we both have, you know, like, you know, I might not necessarily spend a whole lot of traces because you don't really get a lot of traces in terms of, you know, breaking relics open. So I want to try to keep my traces for the relics that I'm most interested in. But I would expect the same for him. But for his relics that he's most interested in. But I don't necessarily expect him to spend traces for relics that he's not interested in. You get what I'm saying? So, and vice versa. I would hope that he would understand that, I don't have all the traces in the world either. If they could like boost up the amount of traces, then that would be fantastic. But, that's not gonna happen either. So,
Show him how it's done, Sparky. We ain't got all cycle. Smokefinger believes the Corpus have located Orokin relics. Do some research. Find the dig site and salvage them before the taxman can.
okay. We seem to have 3 people already. That's good.
First load's beamed in. Snatch him before the locals do. Obelisk reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Another shipment. Move fast.
Okay.
That's one for us.
Oh, there's one right there. Okay.
We've got more coming in. Pick him up.
There we go. And all done.
Perfect. They found something, all right. And I have an idea that might get us closer. Wait. An emergency transmission from one of business survey teams.
Welcome back there, Relax.
I have a feeling they found something they weren't meant to. Oh no. I knew some of these people. Search the bodies. Find any survivors. Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Password.
Maru's Bazaar. If you want me to, I can kind of join you on that. Even though, technically I don't need any, I don't really need, I don't really need any endo myself, but I mean, I can definitely help out with that if you want.
Here come the taxmen.
I can show you in just a second there, Roblox. I just have to get past this bounty first. If you're okay with waiting. Matter of fact, I can join you for Maru's Bazaar as well, so. Oh, nice.
This would be impressive.
Woohoo.
Let's put what the survivors know to good use. Listen up. I've managed to isolate a drone from the other patrol routes. Bring it down and let's see what it can tell us.
Let's see. Just need some more energy.
Right there. Take it down and I can start the hack.
It'd be nice if there, you know, it'll be nice when I can get like a mod that is kind of designed for the necromech that, you know, allows for energy.
Get this thing rewired.
Um,
Also teleport to a destination of our choosing, where one of our people is waiting to pick it up. They'll wreck that drone rather than let it go, obviously. So, you know, stop that.
doo-doo-doo-doo.
Bad guys are on the run. Feel free to pick off stragglers.
But yeah, it's you know, you won't be able to do it like every single, like all the time. Like I said, it's like every day, or if not every week. I'm thinking it's every week though. I'm leaning more towards every week than every day. Because, I mean, an I-10 treasure every day is a little too much for them, I would imagine.
The drive, then
So, they're probably going to say, nope, it's every week.
out of there.
So,
Wait for the trap, then get down.
but, I mean, if you're looking for,
We need that coil drive.
if you're looking for endo, it is the best way to go about getting it. So,
Steady. Steady.
you know, you might actually have a treasure already,
Do it. If that coil drive
you know,
doesn't hit the
potentially,
whole operation's toast.
you know. You could check it out if you want.
Disable it.
Just go to your mods, and you could potentially see, you know, you could potentially see whether or not, you know, you have some I-10 treasure in your mod station. You know. But let me finish off this particular stage and stuff like that, and I can kind of show you firsthand what it is. It's often good to have a surplus of treasures, because sometimes you'll have a night wave that basically says, load up a, you know, load up a treasure with I-10 with like I-10 relics or something like that. I forget exactly what the exact phrase. I-10 stars, yeah. Um, Now, you could sell off the Iatan stars and all that jazz for Endo if you want to, but it's not really a good... It's not really recommended. You get more Endo from the treasures themselves. So...
In and out, quick and clean. Drop us a solid lead on our objective.
You don't make the treasure, you find the treasure. It's not something that you can make, my friend.
Based on collector data puts the
So...
dig site around about here. Marked. Now, get over there and start digging. Excavators incoming. The corpus will attempt to disrupt operations. Prevent this.
Unfortunately, treasures are not something that you can make on your in your foundry or anything like that. You must be thinking about something else, my friend, because last I knew there was no way of making treasures whatsoever. So... I suspect that you're probably thinking about something else. Okay, B is over here. B. There we go. I'm almost done with the bounty, so another 33 seconds and I'll be able to, you know, join you on some treasure hunts. Nice, some more Aya. Awesome.
We hit pay dirt. I've got a rail agent on standby, ready to ship these artifacts
Okay.
off-world pronto. Good work, Sparky.
Wait, where is it? There we go. if everybody's gonna be joining him. Yeah, I'm gonna leave squad. Okay. Now I will head back up to the ship and I'll show you Maru's Bazaar. So 1 second. Okay. Nice. Getting a lot of IA right at this time, which is really helpful. I think I got about, what, 6 IA now? 7? Yeah, 1 second there, Roblox. Okay, so there we go. Invite. Okay, so so here's, just to kind of show you. So over here in your mod station, there's what's called the Iatan treasures. Okay, you might not necessarily have one of these, but this is typically where you want to go if you have a treasure. So you go to the Iatan treasure, okay, and you may have like one that does not have any, any stars whatsoever added in. Okay, any stars, any, anything inside of them. Now, you can sell the treasure itself, for endo. As you can see, 450 endo right at this moment in time, right? You can sell it directly for endo if you really want to. But here's the thing. When you add in like the stars, the amber stars and the cyan stars, notice, keep an eye on the 450 right here. I know my camera's kind of blocking it a little bit here, but notice when I install 1 star, that 450 just jumped to 1,100. Just by adding 1 star into it. Bear in mind. Let's add another one. That 1,100 just changed to 1,800. That's a 700 addition to what it originally was, right? And then there's one more slot right down here. So this 18 now became a 26. And the 3 slots that were available for this treasure, just became 2,600. So this treasure that was 450 to start off with just became 2,600. And that's just by adding the cyan stars and the amber stars into it. So just to kind of show you what these treasures are all about, okay? And I would recommend that you have at least 3 on yourself at all times, because there will be, at times a night wave that will basically say, hey, install, or, install 3 stars into a treasure or something along those lines. Or, or upgrade a treasure or something along those lines, right? So you're gonna have to do that, or you're gonna have to upgrade like 3 treasures completely. So you're gonna be getting a lot of endo over time if you do it correctly. Now, and then you can then sell those treasures, which I'll show you in just a minute, right? So what you want to do is you go to your navigation and you go to alerts here, and right here under weekly alerts you'll see weekly Iatan treasure hunt, okay, at Maru's Bazaar on Mars. So you want to kind of go for that one. Now, it's not exactly easy. Okay. You know, because here I'm gonna pick someone that is just, you know, typically fantastic, you know, in the Maru's hunt, which is Titanium Prime. Okay. Typically.
Well put together, operator.
Okay.
Now get out there and
So
make the Lotus proud.
we're gonna go to Maru's Bazaar. Go to calm. Now, it's much like any regular relay, by the way. Okay, you're basically coming on into the relay, much like anywhere else, but this is a kind of a special relay. You know, for one thing, you have the. This is where you typically go for your. This is where you typically go for your.
Welcome to Maru's Bazaar.
You know, this is where you can go for your what's
Always
you
feels
know
like meeting an old friend. The
um
Prime Vanguard,
the Prime
the pride of
Resurgence.
Empire.
You know, Vazara is
And
right
the
here
end of it.
at Maru's Bazaar.
Hell of a thing.
So if you have Aya, you know, you can spend it on getting yourself some relics that you can break open to get some Prime equipment here.
Good.
Okay.
Don't rush into things. Don't go leaving anything unsaid.
The another thing that you can do, you know, it's not, or you have the potential of doing it, but some people come here to trade in terms of like, you know, equipment or mods or something like that. I don't really deal with that. I don't really advertise, you know, those kind of trades, but sometimes people will put up trades here at the bazaar that you can go with. Okay? If you're so inclined. But, you know, be aware that, um it can be done. I personally haven't really partaken in it, okay, because I don't know what prices they're really selling it at and stuff like that. So you might you might potentially get ripped off when going for the trades here in the in Maru's Bazaar. Okay, so just kind of bear that in mind. I just want to let you know about it. You know, some might be fantastic. Some might be pretty terrible for you. So just kind of word of warning about that. That's why I typically go for Warframe Market, because Warframe Market is typically like the best when it comes to getting, selling and trading prime parts, mods, so on and so forth. So, okay. But we go over to,
If you're looking
talk
for
to
Maru's
Maru,
Bazaar, you've come to
you
the
know,
right place.
and you can do extract endo from my I10 items here, and this is where you can actually sell your sculptures, that you have collected for straight endo. She will take the treasures, off your hand. She will even take the stars if you want to, but like, these are 50 endo, this is 100 endo. It's really kind of pointless to be selling these off, especially when you can load them up into a treasure and like quadruple their value. So, like I mentioned before, that one treasure, this one right here went from 450 to 2,600 just with 3 of these. you know. So like you had like if I put in 3 stars, that's 300 endo plus the 450 there. That's what, 750 if I sold them individually compared to 2,600. You know, so bear that in mind. You know,
Come back
don't sell
anytime,
them
Tenno.
unless you have them, you know, loaded up. Now, one of the things that you can
Welcome to our
do,
bazaar. Tenno from all over the system
um,
come here to trade.
I
Need
mean,
any pointers?
you know, there are.
Selling, are we?
Oh,
Okay then. Find a shady spot near the tree and let everyone know you're here. If someone sees something they like, it's time to start negotiating.
yeah, no, don't
If
need to
you're
worry about it.
looking for Maru's Bazaar, you've come to the right place.
So typically, this is regarded as like, you know, a place to kind of go to concerning, you know, um, um, so yes, what you want to do is you want to go
Welcome to
to,
my bazaar.
I'm looking for
Tenno from all
I-10
over the
treasures.
system come here to trade. Lucky for you, I got a hot
So,
tip on the location of some
so
I-10s.
then
So,
you just say,
if
I'm
you're looking for
ready,
a little
and there we go.
spirit, let's go!
Now, beware, okay? For one thing, this is a infested area, okay? Um, you're gonna be attacked by a lot of infested
Let's
around this
find some
area, okay? So,
antiquities.
but they're gonna basically say, hey, you know, go to this particular area, right? Um, you know, the location that you kind of need to go to, is, you know, we're going to the marker here, and it's gonna be a race. It's gonna be one of those, you know, racing, you know,
There's no doubt in my mind that
um,
I-10 treasure lies somewhere in this
it's gonna be
neighborhood.
like a little race
Now,
area.
what's so cool
So,
in this place for all the
so it's not
I-10s?
exactly easy.
You, on the other
Bear
hand,
in mind. Okay, here we go. So in this room, we just stand on this, you know, and that will open up our, you know,
Stay focused.
we will
There's
open
more
up our
people
one
watching.
room, right? Oh yeah, I see. I see you in chat. I know that I have a delay. So we go inside here.
oh wow, this looks dangerous. For me. I mean, you're gonna be fine. Promise.
Okay. So be careful. Hold off here. Okay. You're scared? Have you have you ever done this before? Here, let me type it in chat. Have you ever done these? I haven't. Okay. Or you have. Okay. But in Nintendo. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this, but you know, bear in mind that you wanna kind of practice this, okay? So that you are, you know, I'll set you up with getting the treasure like, you know, on this particular run, but on other runs, obviously it's gonna be on your own, okay? So so our you know, obviously we want to tackle that, and then we're heading off to, you know, that doorway way over there. So okay. I can't do this for you all the time. You're gonna have to learn. So just give you a little bit of a heads up on it. Okay, so here we go. And there we go.
Oh my, I think you found it.
This is why titania is typically regarded as one of the best this is why titania is typically regarded as one of the best warframes, especially when you have little rooms like this. So now you want to gather up all the resources that are here, because sometimes you can get some pretty good resources in these rooms. You know, grab the chests and stuff like that that are roundabout. You know, and this is also a really good area to really kind of practice this room, because you know you're not on a time limit anymore, but you know it's a good way to kind of practice how to kind of get through everything. So you know, so in a sense, go up here and then kind of time yourself by, you know, kind of running through the process so that you can, you know, get through um, everything quickly enough, you know. Because if you can time it well enough to get to this back room very quickly, then you'll be able to handle it in future ventures. Okay, and take your time on practicing it, because I don't mind if you practice. Okay, because knowing how to run these kind of rooms can be very helpful for you. Okay, so take your time with it. You know, practice. You know, practice everything that you can do. You know, do the glide and all that kind of jazz. You know, and you know, work on being able to kind of get from the start to the finish every single time. And if you can do it really quickly, then you're going to be golden. So, you know, let me know when you're ready to go, and then we'll go. Obviously, certain warframes have a better advantage on those kind of rooms, bear in mind. Like, Titania is pretty much a cheat. You know, Titania that I have right at the moment is definitely a cheat for this, because you are just flying through everything. You know, so and you're just kind of like, you know, easily going through everything and bypassing, you know, without too much difficulty. You know, same can be said with Wukong. You know, if you have Wukong, you can easily kind of get through, you know, from start to finish really easily. So, you know, like I said, it's all based off of your it's all dependent on, you know, what warframes you have, right? But it's time to leave, so we have to find the exit, which I believe is up here. There we go.
We fought with honor.
There you go. So now we have the I-10 PIV sculpture. Now, again, you can sell it off to Maru's Bazaar right now, here, we're gonna head back. We're gonna be going back to Moose Bazaar here, okay? Because it's gonna send us there. But return back to your ship. Okay, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with the UI right at this moment in time. Head back. You know, as soon as you're here, just go ahead and leave the relay. So. Let me know when you are, you know, out from the relay. Then you just go to your mods. Go to your I-10 treasures. We had just gotten the I-10 PIV sculpture, right? Currently, the PIV sculpture is 375, right? Well, if I do the auto install, which basically loads up all the slots for the PIV sculpture, it has now become 1700. So and then you can go back to Maruz Bazaar and sell it off. You know, and that, you know, obviously that's not going to be like a ton of endo to start off with,
Sometimes the operator
but
takes time for themselves.
it's a,
Pressure
you
cookers,
know,
diamonds,
it's a
yes.
good way of getting a good weekly bonus every single time. So, and also bear in mind the treasures, those treasures that we found at Maruz Bazaar, they do have the potential of spawning on certain worlds, but it's very, very, very rare. So, um, so you're gonna be kind of hard pressed to find treasures like on the map normally. Okay, so be aware that while um, um, you know, sure you can find the treasures, you're probably not going to find one at every single mission that you will go on, so don't expect to have that. So, let's see. Let me see the percentages here. Hold on. Warframe, I-10 sculptures, or I-10 treasures. Let's see. Each mission has a 1 in 7 chance to spawn an I-10 treasure that is hidden in the map, with each specific sculpture type having an equal chance to spawn. This chance is not affected by resource drop chance boosters. Unlike for common pickups, the player must manually interact with the sculpture to loot it. So potentially every 7 missions that you go on has the potential for a treasure, but maybe not. So, but it's a good way of getting endo. So, you know, I don't necessarily need to worry about that anymore. Or at least, you know, I haven't had like a major need for it per se. What's another one, a way of getting endo fast? I mean, just trying to get, um, just going on missions that drop endo. But that's, um, I mean, sure you might find some places that, you know, you might find like some decent farms. Um, but um, you know, it might not necessarily be like, you know, easy to get or um, you know, like Ruse Bazaar is typically like considered like one of the easiest to go to for the farm, right? For endo. But obviously, there's guides out there that basically say, hey, here's a way to get some farms, Um, so um, let's see. There's currently, I guess, Google Docs that kind of talks about like potential endo farms. You can try to do that as well. Um, you know, if you want to look into that, you can. Um, but I mean, your endo will kind of come along. So, um, how did he get 120k endo? I've gotten 120k endo because I haven't really spent any of it. I haven't really had a need to spend it because, I pretty much have my mods pretty much set for the most part. That I kind of keep on reusing. Now, don't get me wrong, like, you know, I can definitely try to um I can definitely try to like boost up my mods even more. And I will lose a lot of my endo, you know, fairly quickly if I'm not careful, right? So, um, so let's see. Um, let me kind of give a good example. Prime charge shell, right? That's typically a good one to have modded up, right? I mean, this really isn't all that much when when it's cracked up to be. So because you know so like right now no ranks, right? Rank 1 40, easy. 120, 280, 600, 1240, 2520, 5000, 10,000, 20,000, 40,000. Just trying to max out this right at this moment in time. I've already cut my potential endo here by a quarter. So now, obviously, I could sell off all the treasures that I have accumulated right at this moment in time, but I don't necessarily need to right at this point. Or I'm not really um I'm not really like pushing that right at this moment in time. I probably should, bear in mind. But the other thing that I need to worry about is, as you can see, credits. You know, I've been spending a lot on credits over time and stuff like that. And while, you can sell off equipment that you know and don't need, you can try to sell off mods that you don't need. Um, you know, you can try to do that, to get yourself credits. But typically, you know, how do you get credits fast? There's one location that you haven't gotten to yet there, my friend. Or at least I don't think you've gotten to. And there will be a quest concerning it. And that's what's called, you know, here on Neptune, the index. So in the index, you have, you know, three different, um, they're like sporting events in a sense, right? You can have like the really low tier sporting events, like the B team or something, you know, or maybe in this case the C team in terms of like sporting events kind of thing. You put in 30,000 credits into this arena, and you have a potential return of 75,000 in terms of return. So you get a total of 1,500 per match. So it's not a lot initially, you know, or um, it's not like you're getting like millions, like, you know, with a snap, but, you know, typically the index is typically regarded as one of the best places to go to get potentially a lot of money back. Okay. Um, the best one out of the bunch, or the, you know, typically, and the one that's typically regarded as the best one because um, you're you have a lot of people joining in the medium risk investment, so it's typically regarded as like one of the best ones to kind of go with because obviously you want to have the more players joining you in this particular index. You invest 40 and you get 135 back. So you get a total of 175 per match, you know, in the medium risk investment. And some people can go like 3, 4 matches or so, so in order to do the medium risk investment on it. So that's, you know, you can try to do the high risk, but not many people do the high risk because you have a lot. The enemies get stronger as you progress. Every single round that you do, every single match that you play, every time you kill an enemy, they come back at a higher level. They come back stronger. So, um, you might not be able to do nearly as many matches in the high risk investment as you would say the medium risk investment. Like you might be able to do like 3 to 4 matches or so, typically with a medium risk. So you're gonna be getting like, you know, what, 800,000 compared to like maybe one or two of the high risk. So you're gonna be seeing like maybe 500. So that's why people typically go more medium risk overall than anything else. So um so you know, you typically get more players in the medium risk than you do in the high risk, and therefore you have the potential of getting, you know, more matches in the medium, and you had the potential of getting more, you know, for the time spent, you know, in the medium versus the high. That's all. So um, So yeah, the index is on Neptune, and it's you can get a fair amount of credits there. So the other thing that you can do, if you want, is you know go to one of the relays. You know, like you go and like say, hey, you know, you go to you go to one of the relays, right? And there might be someone, potentially, it doesn't often happen, but you have the potential of having someone kind of going, you know, you go into an area that has like a lot of people, and you have the potential of having people just giving you some random booster. When you reach um MR30, you have the potential of giving boosters to other players. If obviously it doesn't always um I think it's like you can give it out daily. I'm not sure. You have to, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't reached level 30, MR30 right at this moment in time. But, you know, sometimes, you know, like right now it's not exactly um the best time for it because you don't have like a lot of people like standing around. But when you have like people that are here for, say, Barracuteer, you have a lot of potential people just kind of standing about. Um, and you have the potential for someone to kind of give you like a little bit of a credit boost or affinity booster or something. You know, they will kind of click on you and go, "Oh, hey, here's a booster for you." Doesn't always happen, you know, but I mean, that's something that you can try if you want. Sometimes you might get a credit booster out of it. And obviously, if you get a credit booster, then you're going to be getting pretty much like, I believe it's like double the credits that you earn. So you take that into the index, and not only are you getting, the index credits, right? So you're getting like the 175 for the medium, right? But you're getting like double that with the credit booster. So, so in a sense, instead of the 350 or instead of the 175, you'd be getting 350, thousand. So that's all. Do you want to do the index with me? I Not right at this moment there, Roblox. Like I said, I'm not really that worried about it right at this moment in time. I'm mostly interested in getting more Aya than I am getting credits and Endo right at this time. So, um, can I join your clan? I'll be playing more again. Yeah, no, shouldn't be a problem. I think I have a little bit more space left. Um, yeah, I thought you were in the clan before there, Roblox. Weren't you a part of it before? I thought at one point in time you were part of the clan at one point. Did you did you decide to like quit it for a little bit or something like that? Wanted to maybe check out like building your own dojo or something? But I'm not anymore. I don't know why. I don't know either. Maybe
The sentients are not like my
maybe
drones.
because,
They
well, I mean,
adapt
if I'm
to
not mistaken, you were there with the Nintendo, right? And probably because of all the fiasco that we had with the um with the problems that you had with Nintendo and trying to do the cross save, it probably said, you're no longer part of this clan because, you know, we're resetting your profile back or something like that. I don't know. So, so it might have been the cross save problem. So if you want me to send you an invite for the for joining in with the clan again, I can do that. So there we go. Now bear in mind that you know, you're gonna have to build up the key again, which means you're gonna be kind of limited by the 24 hours, you know, build time. So, but I mean, you know. Okay. I'm gonna head back down to Fortuna because I want to try to get a little bit more. I want to get a few more Aya before I have to call it for the night. So, yeah, I sent you an invite. Check your inbox.
There's work, if you want it.
Okay, there you go. Looks like you got it.
Show 'em how it's done, Sparky. We ain't got all cycle.
Yep.
The taxmen have located
Welcome
a
in.
rich resource vein.
So obviously you want to go to your foundry and you're going to want to build your dojo key. And that will allow for you to enter the dojo. So... Is everybody here? It almost looks like not everybody's here at this particular location. There's one, there's two.
Getting there. Just keep that core drive in one piece for a little longer.
Where's Delcac? Ah, they're up there. Okay. Just way up in the air. Here's the other thing that, you know, you can get endo from. 400 endo just by doing bounties. So
Resource crates are gonna be teleported to a holding site. Our agents stash stolen corpus files inside one. Check every last crate. Right. Resource cases are gonna be teleported to this site. Intercept them, steal them, get out. First load's beamed in. Snatch them before the locals do. Oculus reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Another shipment. Move fast. Case retrieved. We've got more coming in. Pick them up. That's one for us. We've got more coming in. Pick them up. Case retrieved.
there we go. Ah, more nice.
Light fittings. Nice. This info is golden. Here's what we're gonna do. Wait. An emergency transmission from one of business survey teams was cut short. I have a feeling they found something they weren't meant to. What happened here? Search the body, Sparky. That's not everyone. Survivors must have escaped. Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer. Analyzing.
I have.
Password. No. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Control log coordinates. Reports. Far. We're captured. Pinpointing location. Anyone gets in your way, give them the business. If they're still alive, our team will be here. Here come the taxmen.
Can I upgrade Molt Augment? I mean, I don't see why not. Most everything can be typically upgraded. Although I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard of Molt before, personally. go.
Reckon even Biz would be impressed.
Someone's doing, yeah, someone's using a K drive.
The subcontractor hired to perform the dig will have made a claim. Need you to recover any record of that claim.
Here we go.
Look around. The goods are here somewhere. If the taxmen secure them first, the mission's a wash. Yes! Cache number 1.
Oh. Nope, okay, someone got it already. Oh, I said thing, someone got it.
The second cache. That leaves just one more and I can signal for Pega. Oh yes! Sparky, they've left their manifest. Track it and find
Oh,
out where
okay.
the rest of our loot is.
Everybody found one.
Bigger than
Oh well,
Let's get moving.
except for me anyway. Well, I mean, I found it, it's just I couldn't get to it in time.
Force field we've been looking for. Excavators incoming.
So,
Excavators incoming.
okay, A is right there. Oh, okay. Someone also put in A. Okay, it doesn't look like anybody's really kind of protecting C, so I'm gonna do that. There we go. And we are done. Ah, yeah, nice. Okay, time to get out of here. Can I upgrade augmented? How do I upgrade it? I need credits fast. I hear you, man. I hear you. It can be really rough at the very beginning. I mean, if you have credits initially, then I would, I would definitely go for it. You know, if you have the initial purchasing price of it, I'm gonna go into the squad there. You know, if you have the initial purchasing of um, the entry fee into an index, then go ahead and do it. You can pick the easiest one out of the bunch, and it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Or you can pick the medium one and hope that you get yourself a good set of members that want to join you on that medium set. But I wouldn't necessarily, unless you have a team with you, I wouldn't necessarily go for the high end, you know, because if you don't have like a crew with you on the high end, then you probably won't be able to get very far on it, and it's probably just better to just do the medium one because most people do that one, and you might be able to kind of do like 2 or 3 rounds without too much difficulty. It depends on if people want to stay in the index or not. So that's all. The medium one, you typically get a team without too much difficulty. Because most people want to do the medium than anything else. You typically get, you know, on average, based off of what I know anyway, you typically get more money out of the medium index than you do out of the A or C tier, index. So therefore, you can typically get into the B index without too much difficulty, and you might actually get yourself a team while doing it. So it all depends on who some people, a lot of people might join you, or you might be the only one that's on the team. So, let's see. Hold on. Okay. So when it comes to arcanes, in terms of um, when it comes to arcane upgrades, you need more arcanes of the same type. Okay. That's really the only way to really upgrade an arcane, such as mold augmented. Okay. Um, so um, so you basically need more of those same type of arcanes in order to upgrade their level overall. You know, um, for example, here, let me, I don't have any, I don't have any, I haven't really farmed arcanes all that much, but, if you go over to your arcane, location, you know, typically you can just kind of click on your one arcane, and, well, here, as you can see right now, I have Arcane Trickery right at this moment in time. And if I'm not mistaken, that's like the only one that I have, yeah. So I don't have like any other Arcane Trickeries upgraded right at this moment in time, right? So it shows that, you know, right now I have an unranked Arcane Trickery. But because I have 3 arcanes of the same type of Arcane Trickery, I can now upgrade these 3 arcanes to become rank 1. Okay, thereby taking the 3 arcanes, change it into a rank 1 arcane, and, you know, obviously the other 2 arcanes kind of disappear. So I can just now do the upgrade 3 arcanes, consume 2 unranked arcane trickeries to upgrade the selected arcane to rank 1. I do yes, and now, you know, I now have, you know, a rank 1, you know, arcane trickery now. So I have a 15% chance to become invisible for 10 seconds when I do a finisher kill, which, to be honest, isn't really that great. You know, um, well, I mean, in my opinion, it's not fantastic. You know, you might be able to find something better in terms of arcanes. It might be good depending on, like, you know, obviously arcanes can be really useful in certain scenarios or with certain warframes. Like, um, for example, um, it it wouldn't necessarily be helpful for Avara, right? You wouldn't necessarily need to worry about it. But maybe you can throw it in for, say, like Loki, and get the potential for some additional invisibility that way. You know, obviously you'd have to do some finishers to kind of increase your invisibility length, but you know, that's one way of going about doing it. So, um, you know, I have one here for Arcane Pulse. So here, let me make sure that I have no other pulses, right? So for an Arcane Pulse, I have 3 Arcanes. Right now it's not unranked, so I have a 60% chance to restore 50 health to allies within 25 meters upon a health pickup. But once I upgrade it, you know, I'll have a 60% chance to restore 100 health to allies within 25 meters. So there you go. Um, you know, Arcane Tempo here, same kind of thing. Upon critical hit, 15% chance for 15% fire rate to shotguns for 12 seconds. And I can upgrade that to a 30% fire rate to shotguns for 12 seconds upon a critical hit. Now, this one, you know, the Arcane Tempo for shotguns, that could be really, really handy for, say, you know, my, obviously not the Hema, but, you know, that might be really good for the Corinth Prime here, you know. And nowadays, where you can actually add in arcane, you know, you can put in some arcane adapters into your weapons, you know. Um, yeah, I don't have enough. I don't have enough platinum to purchase a primary arcane adapter. I don't really want it right at this moment in time anyway. But, you know, I can put that tempo in there, and, you know, I'm already at a like a 50% chance to do some critical damage, right? So not only am I, you know, I have a, you know, 50% chance to do critical on a shotgun, you know, I'd also be increasing the potential speed of it too, you know, with that arcane tempo. So, you know, you could do some really good things with the arcanes if you're, you know, um, if you have the potential to farm out a lot of them. So, um, on kick gun kill, so I have a 20% chance to spawn volatile hives for 6 seconds that explode when enemies approach for 80 heat damage for in 10 meters. Setting in an area applies heat damage type to Theorem Arcanes. Okay. I think that is about it in terms of all the arcanes that I have that I can upgrade right at this moment in time. So, more often than not, you need like, 3 of them in order to get, the next level. So, in this particular case, for this, I need a total of 4 arcanes. Arcane energizes in order to rank it up to the next rank overall. So yeah, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna do one more bounty, and I think I'm gonna call it at that point. Gonna try to get some more Aya. And then I'll probably call it. Oh wait, what am I doing? Fast travel.
These ain't from around here. Or anywhere that I know of. Green.
Yeah,
And
yep.
remember, you never heard of me, you never heard of Solaris U. The taxmen have located a rich resource vein, but are keeping it hush-hush. We're gonna locate their operation and take that haul for ourselves.
Oh wait, I think I put on my Corinth Prime. Haha! Oops. Oh well.
Hold position. Once the coil drive hits the trap, protect it. Do you see it? It's headed right for the trap. Perfect! Coil drive disabled. And the ball just missed. Corpus response is en route. Get me access to that data mass as quick as you can.
Okay.
Is like pegging a machine gun.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. It's nice when you have a good team that can like handle everything, you know, pretty much.
Files extracted, and they hardly laid around on that coil drive. Whatever it's carrying is all yours. Okay, analyzing data. Hold that thought.
Okay.
One of our recon teams went silent. Find out what happened. Damn it. This isn't the whole team. Where are the others? Search the bodies. See if there's any clues. Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer.
Okay.
Password. No. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Control mark coordinates. Reports. Blah, blah, blah. They were jumped by a Corpus patrol. I'm willing to bet they were taken here. This is the place. Find them. Here come the taxmen.
Alright. Let's have some fun. Yeah. Alright. Ah, nice. Moria, Moria.
Good work, Sparky. The team had solid intel. Resource crates are going to be teleported to a holding site. Our agents stashed stolen Corpus files inside one. Check every last crate.
Okay.
Gathering site for
Oh,
Corpus
boy.
resources. Now's the time to hit it. So hit it. First man's beamed in. Stat him before the locals do. Obelisk reports a second beam load. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. Case retrieved. We've got more coming in. Pick 'em up.
Okay.
I know exactly what we need to do next. Intercept resupply drops. The corpus will swarm in, and I'll calculate the point of origin, which should get us closer to that resource field. Easy.
There we go.
SU needs those supplies more than the corpus. Lock them down before the taxmen make off. Right, first cache. 2 to go. The second cache. That leaves just one more and I can signal for Pega.
Oh, okay. That one's already been collected. Let's see, where's the other one? Up there's the other one. Okay.
Well, that worked.
Nice.
Okay, here's what I got. This is it. The resource field we've been looking for.
Okay.
Excavators incoming. Excavators incoming.
Where's... Oh, I'm almost out of energy. Oh, okay. Everybody's got the energy now. Okay. There we go.
Resources unlocked.
Nice. Some more. Awesome.
We're done here.
And tech collateral. Okay. We're out of here. Let's see. Where? No. Oh, there it is. Keeping the door open. There we go. It seemed like those two guys were thinking about kind of repeating it, but I was gonna exit out if that was the case anyway. So, alright. That wave, yeah.
You keep being you, dreamers.
Okay. Oh, here's another way of getting sculptures, by the way. They're Roblox, just in case you were kind of wondering. They do give you sculptures from time to time through Nightwave. So if you're so inclined, there's some more endo there that you can
And
get.
we're out.
So okay, I think that's gonna be it for tonight there. How long do you think it will take me to get 10 million credits with index? Um, okay, so you have the potential of getting, I think if you do it fast enough, you can potentially get like an index win like every like 15 minutes or so potentially. Um, so every win would basically rack you up around 200,000 if you're doing the medium. So you had the potential of getting probably in an hour, close to a million, right? Um, so factor that in, you might be hitting like 10 million in about 10 hours. Now you can probably enhance that by one, getting some more people in your team that you can rely on, that you can quickly get through the index fairly quickly. Start getting some of your friends together and start doing some indexes. You can do that. Second, get yourself a credit booster. Now, you could, if you wanted to, if you know, if you have the platinum, there are credit boosters that you can do, you know, to like boost, double your credits that you earn, right? This this includes index, by the way. You know, these credit boosters, they include index. So if you get a credit booster and you go to index, it will double your winnings in the index as well. So ideally, what you'd want to do, you know, unless you have a credit booster on yourself like right now, I'd wait until you get a credit booster, whether it's, like in-game rewards, like someone, or like, it's like maybe a daily reward, you get a credit booster, you go to the index and you just keep on spamming index for as long as you want to get as much money as you possibly can from there. Two, go to a relay and hope that someone will give you a credit boost free of charge, just by saying, "Hey, I'm here," you know, um, someone that's, ranked 30 or above might go, "Hey, let's give this guy a credit boost." Now that might last, what, an hour or two, so it doesn't last very long, but I mean it's still fairly effective. Let's face it. Or if you have platinum, you can spend it on these day boosters or something along those lines. Okay, and obviously you can spend as much time as you want trying to farm up credit that way. Index isn't exactly super fun. Eventually you'll probably get tired of it and go, oh man, I just want to play some missions now. So you have to kind of weigh what you want to do in that regard. So just kind of bear that in mind. Um, so um, do not do this. Do not get like, I would not recommend doing the high roller credit bundle or the frugal credit bundle. Just don't bother. You can get these with the index pretty quickly. So I personally wouldn't really recommend it. I mean, if you have platinum, if you have platinum to spend, or and you don't really care, like you have all the platinum in the world, then obviously, you know, there's some credits right there if you really want to. But more often than not everybody is a whale. So, you know, uh, those, you can get um, you can get the 175,000 credits just by doing one medium index. So is 15 minutes worth of your time versus like instantaneous, but you have to spend 45 platinum. It's up to you. But that's gonna be it for tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Um, oop, don't have a redeem code. Sorry, not gonna happen. Um, so, um, maybe next week they're Roblox. If you're around on Friday, maybe I can persuade, say, myself and Blackheart to maybe join you on some index as well. Maybe. We'll see. It all depends on what he might be interested in. But, don't get me wrong. You know, like, I look at my credits and go, it could be better. I definitely have mods that I can definitely, enhance right at this moment in time. So, I mean, in some ways I wouldn't say no to it, but at the same time, we're probably going to be doing a lot of relic grinding as well. Because I have some relics that I want to break, and that means that I'm probably going to be needing to do a lot of traces, a lot of trace grind to try to, work on getting my those relics that I need rares on to be maxed out at Radiant. So we'll see on that, but that's probably going to happen next week on Friday. So um, if you want to join us in breaking relics, then that's an option for you if you so inclined. What I would recommend if you want to join us next week concerning the relic breaks, you should, if I'm not mistaken, you should have access to the Prime Resurgence. I don't know
No guarantees with void relics.
if the Prime Resurgence has a MR cap, like you have to be a certain MR in order to get into the Prime Resurgence. I don't think there's a restriction on that. I don't think there is. It would be kind of silly for them to have a restriction along those lines. So, so if you want to join me and Blackheart on Friday in, purchasing some relics and opening up some relics for all these Warframes and these weapons, then start working on getting yourself some Aya. And start buying up some of these relics. And you can join, Blackheart and I on breaking open some of these relics for some pretty good parts, some rare parts, some uncommon parts, some things that you might not even have right at this moment in time. So, like for example, out of the 6 Warframes that I see right here, Mesa, Hydroid, and Avara are top notch. Um, Volt is also pretty good. Loki and Oberon are okay. Not exactly top tier typically, but you know, um, or they're typically not regarded as top tier. Last I knew, unless someone found like unless you get like some kind of mod or augment that you know, enhances their abilities a lot, then they might be top tier. But I haven't really seen them too much in action. You know, like whenever I look around and people playing with Warframes, you're probably not going to be seeing too much Loki and Oberon. But um, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not used. It just might be not as common. Just saying. But that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to go ahead and close on down for tonight. So I want to thank you all for joining me tonight. I want to thank Roblox for joining me. Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you got quite a bit of good information from that. Um, let's see. Vinny was here earlier. MJ was also here. And that's about it as in terms of chatters. So thank you, chatters, for joining me on that. I also wanted to thank anybody that was just kind of lurking in the background. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you had a good time. You know, check out the description for various social media links, links that help me out directly, such as Patreon and Throne, or links that you know, might help you out, such as Team Robot, if you're so inclined. Check that. Check out the link for Team Robot, the application page. Check out the document that I have linked there that basically explains what Team Robot is all about. And you know, if you are interested in joining in that team, you know, feel free. It's basically for anybody. You know, streamers and non-streamers alike are welcome on Team Robot. So pretty much anybody's welcome. So within reason, anyway. Um, it'd be nice to have people that share the same kind of goal as our mission statement is. So that's all. But that's going to be it for tonight. So I want to thank you all for joining me on this. Hopefully, you all had a good time. So take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.